Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, consideration of government business number 31, proceedings on Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth for the net zero economy.
Ms. Haiju, seconded by Ms. Guerra, moves that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, shall be disposed as follows.
A. During the consideration of the bill by the Standing Committee on Natural Resources.
2.
1. The committee shall have the first priority for the use of House resources for the committee meetings.
2. All amendments be submitted to the clerk of the committee by 4 p.m. on the sitting day following the adoption of this motion. 3.
Amendments filed by independent members shall be deemed to have been proposed during the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. 4. The committee shall meet at 6:30 p.m. on the second sitting day following the adoption of this motion to consider the bill at clause by clause, and if the committee has not completed the clause by clause consideration of the bill by 8:30 p.m., all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses and amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, and the committee shall not adjourn the meeting until it has disposed of the bill.
5. A member of the committee may report the bill to the House by deposing it with the clerk of the House, who shall notify the House leaders of the recognized parties and independent members, and if the House stands adjourned, the report shall be deemed to have been duly presented to the House during the previous sitting for the purpose of Standing Order 7611.
B. Not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the bill at report stage, and 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders that day, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment, and if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred.
C. Not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the bill at the third reading stage, and 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders that day, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred. Debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. The Speaker was advised about an hour ago that we had a question of privilege to raise today. As part of question period over the past weeks, Bloc Québécois has questioned the government about the granting, without a call for tender, for the replacement of planes. On the 24th of November, I received an answer from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence that no decision had been made. To my first question asked on November 24th, the Parliamentary Secretary answered my question on the topic, saying, "Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member. We must replace the CP-140 air patrol planes, but we must replace them with what will serve the operational capacity of the armed forces. No decision has been made at this time." The second answer from the Parliamentary Secretary is even more precise. "Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear today. No decision has been made." A few days later, on November 28th, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement indicated in an answer to my questions, "I thank my colleague for highlighting the expertise of aeronautics workers in Quebec and Canada. That is why the decision we will make soon is an important decision that we will make soon. The answer from the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister indicate, Madam Speaker, that the government was still thinking about it and that the Privy Council had not yet decided to give Boeing the contract without a call for tender. But later, in La Presse, on November 29th, we found out that the government's decision had been made. The title said that Ottawa would grant a sole source contract to Boeing. In that article, we also learned that La Presse had been informed by government sources and the industry that the decision had been made by the government the previous week. So, before, when we were told that it had not yet been made, looking at the calendar, this indicates that the decision was made by the government between Monday, November 20th and Friday, November 24th. Based on this information, it seems clear that based on the information given on November 28th and by the Parliamentary Secretary on November 24th, the decision had already been made to choose Boeing in a sole source contract. The answers given by the government misled the House. I also submit that it's not just the House that was misled, but the whole aeronautics industry and those situated in Quebec who have been following this closely and who have been calling for an open call for tender so that all companies could compete and give better offers to the government. The government claimed that the decision had not been made when they knew that it had been. We must specify, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Public Services and Procurement cannot say that he was not aware that the decision to choose Boeing in a sole source contract had been made because he is, as Minister, involved in the government's procurement process. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. I hope you won't hold that against me. I want to inform you that the Standing Committee on National Defense completed a report on this on November 9th. It was tabled in the House on November 24th. It called on the government to have a call for tender. Given the statement by the premiers of Quebec and Ontario on public procurement to replace the CP 140 by the federal government, the committee believes that the government must have an open call for tender before issuing a contract. And I would like to specify that the Liberals all voted in favor of that motion at the Defense Committee. We are calling on your judgment for these democratic rules that must be the cornerstone of the parliamentary work of each one of us. In conclusion, the government's decisions are misleading, and this calls into question the veracity of answers given to questions asked in this House. The government has an obligation to give accurate information to Quebecers and Canadians. The government indicated the decision had not been made, and this led to displeasure among the whole aeronautics industry in Quebec and Canada when they found out that the decision had been made. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the presentation of his motion, and that will be taken into consideration. The Speaker will come back with a decision soon.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
I rise today in my capacity as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. And in this capacity, I hold a responsibility to ensure the advancement of our legislative agenda in vital areas of public policy, including the future of our energy system. I stand here today to provide an update on the status of Parliament's review of two very important bills, C-50, Canada's Sustainable Jobs Act, which this motion specifically addresses, and C-49, amendments to the Atlantic Accords. Both of these vital pieces of legislation passed through second reading and were referred to the Standing Committee of Natural Resources well over a month ago. Parliamentary committees have a responsibility to Canadians to prioritize the laws that are put before them and to review these pieces of legislation. This is a principal responsibility of members on committee, and I believe that's well understood by every member in this House. However, Madam Speaker, I regret to inform you that after being at the Natural Resources Committee for over a month, with more than 20 hours of scheduled and publicly available meeting time, the committee on which I am proud to serve has been ground to a standstill by Conservative members who are deliberately blocking the work of the committee. We haven't even reached a vote yet on a routine scheduling motion to put the study of this bill in place. Let me set the stage for you. On October 30th, a member of the committee brought a motion for a concurrent study of Bill C-50, the Sustainable Jobs Act, and C-49, the Atlantic Accords Act. This was a routine scheduling motion that would simply allow these pieces of legislation to be discussed and examined in a manner expected of elected officials. Conservative members sought an amendment to that scheduling motion to add another area of study that was not a review of these bills and was designed to delay the bills that were before the committee for as long as possible. But not only that, they proceeded to stop votes on this motion via filibuster and then resorted to bringing sub-amendments to call witnesses from specific ridings. To date, our committee remains stuck because of Conservative obstruction. We are on the consideration of these sub-amendments with no progress to getting to a decision on the scheduling motion for the concurrent study of these bills. Madam Speaker, we are stuck in a scary pre-Halloween world. The Conservative Party continues to waste taxpayer resources with pointless interventions, unrelated amendments, and nonsensical ramblings designed to block these bills from being discussed and from allowing workers to have a seat at the table. For instance, the Member of Parliament from Provencher wasted time to discuss the challenges of drinking a triple-thick strawberry milkshake through a straw, and about his love of muscle cars, including the Chevrolet Vega. Look, I love the Vega. My grandmother had a Vega. That's a great conversation topic at a family table. But that is not on topic at all for something related to the bill, the Sustainable Jobs Act, or the amendment that they had proposed to that scheduling motion, or to the sub-amendment about calling witnesses from specific ridings. It was just a self-indulgent ramble to waste the committee's time. The Member of Parliament for Red Deer Mountain View went on a tangent undermining the science of climate change and denying that extreme weather events like hurricanes, floods, and wildfires are increasing in severity and frequency. I would expect better from a Member of Parliament whose own community has been blanketed in wildfire smoke this summer and has faced severe drought. The Conservative members were disrespectful, playing childish games, and they did all that they could to ensure that the voices of workers were silenced. If most Canadians were able to watch this display of unpleasant and frankly unparliamentary behavior, the workers would have seen the disregard that the members of the Conservative Party showed towards them. They would be appalled. Some Canadians were watching. A member of the Natural Resources Committee explained that this horrible and shameless filibuster was being taught in university as an example of how parliamentary process can be undermined. Labour leaders also came to Ottawa to watch these proceedings, and they were not just shocked, but outraged by what they saw. After seeing the Conservatives resort to whatever trick and conspiracy theories that they can think of to block workers from coming to the table, the president of the Alberta Federation of Labour said, and I quote, "What we saw in the committee meeting last night is the worst kind of performative, deceptive politics. The Conservative members of the committee are counting on Canadians not reading the bill." The president of the Canadian Labour Congress, also in response to this horrible display, said, and I quote, "By holding up this bill continuously, the Conservatives are not speaking for workers on this issue. They are making sure workers have a choice or ability to, they are not making sure workers have a choice or ability to have robust debate as they are holding up this bill. It is incredibly frustrating. It is disrespectful to workers who are worried about their futures, and it is disrespectful to communities. We need it to stop. Madam Speaker, it gives me no pleasure to recount to you all of this and that what we have seen as the time being wasted, and taxpayer dollars, frankly, being wasted by the members of the Conservative Party in this nonsensical campaign of obstruction. The scheduling motion, which we have been blocked from adopting for over a month, would have allowed for the efficient review of both bills, C-50 and C-49, in a concurrent manner, allowing for orderly witness appearances and deliberation. Unfortunately, here we are left today, left with a Conservative Party that has ignored the pleas of workers, labor leaders, industry, environmental organizations, two premiers, and all the other recognized parties in this House who have asked them to ensure that this important legislation moves forward in a reasonable and timely manner. Now, before I return to the challenges faced in the Natural Resources Committee, I will first remind the honourable members of what this legislation means for Canada and our future. C-50, the Canada Sustainable Jobs Act, is critical to Canadian workers, to our economy, and to Canada's future. I wonder what part of this bill is so egregious to Conservatives that they would not even be willing to allow us to begin the study in committee, because that's where we're at. Is it the Canadian part of the Canadian Sustainable Jobs Act? Because C-50 supports Canadians in every province and territory by bringing their voices to the decision-making table. This bill supports Canadians by ensuring that they can access the most up-to-date data and resources and staff to help our growing clean industrial facilities. This bill supports Canadians because it allows us to get ahead of the pack and ensure that skilled Canadian workers can lead as we build the future economy today. Perhaps you are opposed to the fact that it is the Canadian Sustainable Jobs Act. Certainly heard an earful at committee from the Conservative member from Red Deer Mountain View who described warnings of increased hurricanes, floods, and wildfires, which we saw in our country just this summer, described it as a narrative that leads people to believe in climate change. But, and this is a quote, "the facts don't bear it out," close quote. So, based on his own statements, I don't believe that sustainability is his top priority. Perhaps the Conservatives are opposed to the jobs part. We already know that they oppose and voted against the tens of thousands of jobs that we are attracting to sites like the Volkswagen Gigafactory, Stellantis plants in Windsor and Brampton, Northvolt in Quebec, Michelin in Nova Scotia, Air Products in Heidelberg in Alberta, BHP in Saskatchewan, Ewan Mully in BC, and so many more. We know they're not just against job creation, but also good quality jobs, including union jobs. Right now, they refuse to share their stance on Bill C-58, which would ban replacement workers and ensure that unions and employers can negotiate better deals, which is a win for workers and the economy. They also refuse to condemn their Conservative provincial partners in Alberta, who are putting in place a $33 billion moratorium on renewable energy products and the thousands of jobs that they create. So it seems that perhaps they oppose the Canadian sustainable and jobs aspect of this legislation. But I can tell you one thing that they're not opposing, and that is the final word, which is ACT, because acting, and I'd say quite dramatically, is precisely what they've been doing over the past 20 hours of committee work, over a month. It's been a month of acting. They've been acting like they care about workers while they actively prevent the union, who represents hundreds of thousands of Albertan workers, from speaking on the public worker. And they've been acting like they care about due process and democracy while they shout into microphones in committee, prevent members like the member from Timmins, James Bay, to speak about the motion and the bill when he clearly had the floor to speak for weeks on end. In fact, we know that it is an act because they have almost exclusively used this filibuster to create fodder for social media clips and fundraising efforts, all premised on baseless assertions relating to a bill that they've clearly not begun to read or study. It is clear that the Conservative Party has no interest in serious issues of public policy. It's no friend to the working class Canadians. They have deliberately worked to ensure Parliament does not work and are purposely ignoring Canadian workers, communities, industries, and civil society who are calling for an end to their acting and to begin real legislative action. Which brings me and all of us back to today. The President of the Canadian Labour Congress acknowledged recently that there's a lot at stake here in terms of moving this bill forward. She said, and I quote, "This bill can make a meaningful difference to workers. It can give a real voice to their future. It can strengthen good jobs and vibrant communities by supporting the decarbonization of good union jobs that exist today in those communities. And it can ensure that as the rest of the world is attracting investments and future industries and good jobs, that Canadian workers are not left behind in those investments." Madame la Présidente, ce retard empêche le Parlement.
Madam Speaker, this delay is preventing Parliament from conducting a rigorous review of these two important bills. Despite Conservative obstruction in committee, Liberals and others have continued to work with environmental groups and experts, labour organisations, businesses, Indigenous peoples, and others, so that progress can be made to help shape our carbon-neutral future.
Ce temps, le porte-parole conservateur en matière d'énergie.
Meanwhile, the Conservative energy critic has publicly pledged to block, delay, and defy workers from getting to the bargaining table and the workplace. We cannot allow this ideological and obstructionist attitude hold back our economic potential. I'd like to quote the executive director of the Climate Action Network, who said, "Conservatives can obstruct this bill, but they can't obstruct the energy transition." Bill C-50, the Sustainable Jobs Act, is an essential bill. It will enable Canadian workers to build a prosperous economy. It also builds on the work our committee did last year to study the future of sustainable jobs. During a previous study on the subject, addressed by this bill, Conservatives filibustered dozens of meetings and prevented witnesses from speaking because they are clearly afraid workers will be represented. Meanwhile, we are taking action, not the least through historic investments in clean technologies in Budget 2023, and through collaborative actions with other levels of government and international partners. This solid foundation put our economy and Canadian workers in a position of strength that will continue to grow if we pass Bill C-50.
I'd like to share with the House the 5 key elements that make up this legislation. 1, guiding principles like social dialogue that has let us learn from international best practices to get this right. 2, establishing the Sustainable Jobs Partnership Council, composed of workers, industry, experts, Indigenous peoples, youth, and others who will provide independent advice to the government on an annual basis and to engage with Canadians. 3, a commitment to publish action plans every 5 years. This plan would build on the Council's expertise and ensure that Canada is able to continue to chart a path forward that responds to our labour needs in decades to come. 4, coordinate action across the federal government through a Sustainable Jobs Secretariat. And 5, it designates responsibilities to ministers for implementing this legislation as a standard practice. The other side may fearmonger, claim that this bill, with it, the sky will fall, pigs will fly. But the fact is, this is responsible and targeted legislative measures to ensure that workers have a seat at the table and that we make sure that we get them on job sites that we are building right across this country. The opportunities for workers are enormous, and that includes the opportunities that exist today. Since taking office, this government has invested in clean growth and building a strong economic future, and our work is being noticed around the world. Companies are choosing to invest in Canada and to create jobs here in Canada because of our very clean electrical grid and the work that we're doing to support clean technologies. These conservative delays are risking for Canadians their once-in-a-generation opportunity to take the lead in these jobs and in the innovations that will reduce carbon emissions right across this country. Madam Speaker, by the end of this decade, RBC predicts that the global move towards a low-carbon economy will add as many as 400,000 new jobs to the Canadian workforce. To best seize this opportunity, we need legislation that helps us to get the right skills and training to workers today, which Bill C-50 will do. Workers have been clear, labor market experts have been clear, employers have been clear, and so is this Parliament when we sent C-50 to committee to be studied, which we have not been able to do because of the conservative tactics at committee. When we talk about the job opportunities, I also want to make sure that we remember that some of these jobs are going to be due to offshore wind energy, which Bill C-49 was designed to facilitate. The delays that we have faced as the Natural Resources Committee has prevented us from doing the concurrent study of both C-50 and C-49. And that's at the very moment that we are being told by Atlantic premiers and residents that they want to see this move forward. So let's not forget that the motion that the Conservatives have been delaying for over a month was one to concurrently review C-49 and C-50, allowing for witnesses to appear. They would have appeared by now, and for the committee to make the most efficient use of parliamentary time. I want to make it very clear, Madam Speaker, as I near the end of my time, that we have an important choice to make today. We can choose, as the Conservatives have, to waste our time waxing poetic about the days when it was easier to sip triple-thick milkshakes through a straw and drive around in muscle cars that weren't even built in Canada. Or we can choose what Canadians want, what workers want. We can choose to work to build an economy for the future, including ones that have workers at the table as we decide those next steps. We can choose the economy where we're building the cars here in Canada with skilled jobs and workers and investments that are being made right here. We have that opportunity to be creating good-paying, often union, jobs right here. And it can be about developing the energy here in Canada, the energy that the world wants, like offshore wind in the Atlantic provinces. That's going to be the energy that powers our future and creates good-paying jobs. To me, Madam Speaker, as I stand here, the Liberals have made this choice very clear. We are rolling up our sleeves to stand alongside Canadian workers to build that economy of the future. We are ready to build an economy that is responsive and that has those opportunities put forward. What the Conservatives have clearly chosen by what we are seeing at committee is to spend their time talking about themselves and not talking about Canadian workers and the needs for our country. That is why, Madam Speaker, today I stand before you and I am asking for this House to support the motion that has been put before it to allow us to move forward and do the work that we need to do. It is important for this House and to respect what this House has voted upon in prioritizing this legislation to be sent to committee to be studied, It's also about respecting Canadian workers and respecting Canadians with what they expect to see us do in this place. I would ask that we continue to work together towards that. Les Canadiens veulent que nous saisissions notre...
Canadians want us to seize our part of the clean energy market. And they want the high-quality, sustainable jobs that will come from it.
To study and advance these two vital pieces of legislation. We cannot allow ourselves to sit back and allow rage farming and social media clips to be happening on our committee. We need to do the work that Canadians sent us here to do. And Madam Speaker, I stand here today asking that that be exactly what we work together to have done. And that's why this motion that we are discussing today will enable an expeditious review of the much shorter Bill C-50, the Sustainable Jobs Act, and then it will allow for the committee to review Bill C-49 afterwards. I will remind you again, Madam Speaker, we have been debating a scheduling motion, actually not even the scheduling motion, a sub-amendment to an amendment to a scheduling motion for over a month. Since October 30th, we have been debating that simple point. We have not been allowed to study this bill. The Conservatives have points that they want to register about the bill itself. The place to have done it would have been in the study of the bill. But they chose otherwise. They chose to filibuster about a scheduling motion. That is not how we get work done here. It's not respectful to the process. It's not respectful to each other. And it's not respectful to the Canadians and the workers who sent us here to get the job done. That's what we're asking today. Let's get the job done. Let's make sure that we do what Canadians sent us here to do. Let's get to studying the bill that we have before us, Bill C-50, Sustainable Jobs Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, what does the member have to say to the 92% of oil and gas, Canadian oil and gas companies who have 100 employees or less, the 60-some% that are considered micro businesses with 5 or fewer employees, none of whom are union workers, none of whom this Bill C-50 contemplates?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm saying that I want to hear from them in committee as we work on this important bill. It's the Conservatives who are refusing to allow us to have witnesses come to study this bill. Instead, they've chosen the past month and plus talking about sipping milkshakes, muscle cars, and whatever else has come to their mind, including hundreds, literally hundreds of point of orders as to who can speak next. If we really cared about hearing from all of those industries, all of those workers, we would move to that study.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Repentigny.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I understand what's going on at committee. However, I'd like to come back to the title of the bill. We may need to amend it at committee if we manage to get any work done at committee. Now, when it comes to the Paris Accords, there was a fair transition. That's the term used everywhere internationally. So why does this bill not have the title of fair transition as recognized internationally? The Parliamentary Secretary.
Alors, Madame la Présidente, je suis très contente qu'elle a demandé.
Madam Speaker, I'm very glad to hear her question. Sustainable jobs are so important for our economy. That's what we want to do with this bill. We want to support workers so that we have sustainable jobs for the future. This bill makes sure that workers have a place at the table so that we can decide how to proceed with a situation that is changing all over the world. And that's what we have with this bill. We include workers.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the last year on issues on the energy transition, that is happening. We had 130 witnesses over 120 hours of hearings. We've had 45,000 job losses in the oil patch, 1,500 this year, many more coming. And so when workers came to talk about the right that they should have to be at the table, the Conservatives shut them down every single time. They shut down Unifor, they shut down Canadian Labour Congress, they shut down the IBEW, they shut down the Carpenters Union. When we brought the coal workers who had experience in the transition that happened in Alberta, not a single question from any Alberta member, and yet they've sat there and bragged about their muscle cars from the 70s. Talk about entitlement. Talk about boomer disconnect as our planet is burning and our workers have been begging and demanding a right to sit at the table. The Conservatives are playing these games. I want to ask my colleague what it's been like for her to have to watch such toxic, juvenile, immature behavior to undermine the right of workers to be heard in the energy transition that's happening.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the question is so important because what it ties upon is the fact that we have not had the opportunity to hear from the very workers who have such an important place in our economy in Canada. It has been incredibly frustrating. If I can quote the President of the Canadian Labour Congress, what she said was, to not pass this legislation is to basically tell workers to take a back seat. And that is not good enough. I couldn't agree with her more. Instead, we have had Conservatives talking about themselves, what we should be doing at committee, what I want to be doing at committee and my other committee members, other than Conservatives, is to be focusing on Canadians and to be focusing on Canadian workers. That's what we need to do.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary completely avoided answering the question from the member from Lakeland, demonstrating that this bill doesn't actually impact the workers most affected by the Unjust Transition Act. And I know she wants to avoid saying that. The member from the bloc directly asked her, why is it this legislation is not called by what it will actually do, which is unjustly transition workers out of the jobs they have worked in for generations in many cases. The Parliamentary Secretary also avoided answering another part of the member from Lakeland's question, which was the sub-amendments being proposed at committees to invite companies and witnesses and people who are directly affected in worker-held businesses and businesses that are small, that are not directly even talked about in this legislation, who work in energy, work in oil and gas, and again, who contribute to the shared prosperity of this country. Why is she avoiding answering these types of questions? Why is she only focused on procedural matters? Well, remind her that the Industry Committee right now, her own members are filibustering.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I am focused on making sure that we listen to workers and to Canadians as we move forward. It's been very clear. If the Conservatives cared about making sure that these different perspectives are being heard when we consider this legislation, they would have allowed for voting on the scheduling motion. They haven't allowed us to vote on a scheduling motion, and so we are stuck in that scary pre-Halloween world where we are still debating strawberry milkshake straws. But if the member opposite actually cares about hearing from other workers, I would point out that the President of the Business Council of Alberta said that the Sustainable Jobs Act represents an important opportunity for Canada to shape our future and create jobs by providing the resources that the world needs, including energy, food, and minerals. So that is, from Alberta, business, they actually care about the Sustainable Jobs Act.
Questions and comments, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre des Ressources naturelles.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her hard work at committee. I'd like to thank her for bringing forward this important bill. I will pose my question in French because I know the Conservatives have issues with French, and they did the same thing with C-13. 2 Western Anglophone members were taken off Bill C-13 because they questioned bilingualism. So, my question, we heard earlier about the importance And the fact that unions didn't come to committee because they had to do press conferences, because the Conservatives are preventing things from getting to committee. So what's happening with the Conservative Party, who are against the Northvolt and Stellantis investments? What's going on with the Conservatives?
There.
J'apprécie cette question parce que
I appreciate that question, and I don't know what's going on the other side. I have no idea why the Conservatives think that it's more important to think about cars that they bought in the past that weren't even constructed here in Canada, and they don't seem to want to talk about how we can best attract investment to have more autos manufactured here. Not just cars, but all of the auto parts that could be manufactured here. I don't know why they don't want to talk about it. They seem much more interested in talking about the past. A past where we didn't have these industries. We have these opportunities. We need to go get them.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Lakeland. Brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Parliamentary Secretary, regarding the 1% of Canadian oil and gas companies that have 500 or more employees, and also given the fact that it's traditional oil and gas pipeline and oil sands companies in Alberta that are currently leading the creation of new union jobs in Canada, what does she have to say to all of them about when the aim of the just transition, just like the Bloc member rightly pointed out these NDP Liberals are trying to hide, the aim of the just transition is to shut down oil and gas in Canada as quickly as possible. So what does she say to all those union workers in Canadian oil and gas companies where those new jobs are being created at the highest rate of any company or sector in any place in the country in Alberta, to all of those who are also going to lose all their jobs immediately because of this just transition agenda?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds.
Madam Speaker, once again, I'll listen to the workers who are talking about this bill, and maybe if I could quote the president of the Alberta Federation of Labour, that said, what Conservatives are saying in these committees and hearings and on social media is that this bill is a blueprint for the phase-out of oil and gas. But nothing could be farther from the truth. That's the president of the Alberta Federation of Labour. He represents the workers on the ground.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, Madam Speaker, that was a spectacle. I would suggest that if the Parliamentary Secretary to Natural Resources can't understand the connection between plastic straws and fuels for vehicles that Canadians like and want to drive, then that says all we need to know about their lack of understanding about oil and gas development, how this all actually works in Canada and the world, doesn't it? Today, make no mistake, is a dark day for Canada's democracy. Unfortunately, these dark days are increasingly frequent under the NDP Liberal coalition government. After 8 years, I, like growing numbers of Canadians, can't help but reflect on how far away, quiet, dim, and so obviously empty were the promises of sunny days, sunlight is the best disinfectant, open by default, and collaboration with other parties, provinces, and all Canadians, no matter where they live or who they are. The truth is that after 8 years, the Information Commissioner says transparency is, quote, not a top priority for this NDP Liberal government. She says systems for transparency have declined steadily since this Prime Minister took office in 2015, that this government is the most opaque government ever, and sounded ever-increasing alarms about the closed-by-default reality of this NDP Liberal government in the last couple of years. But of course, back in 2017, an audit done independently by a Halifax journalist and his team for News Media Canada, which represents more than 800 print and digital titles, already pointed out that the Liberals were already failing in breaking their promises, and that the previous Conservative government was more responsive, open and transparent, including during the latter majority years, when everyone can remember the now Prime Minister made a lot of now verifiably baseless claims. Today, the NDP Liberals want to ram through a bill that their own internal briefings warn will kill 170,000 Canadian oil and gas jobs and hurt the jobs of 2.7 million other Canadians employed in other sectors in every corner of this country, but more on that later. So Canadians deserve to know, what's transparency got to do with this? Well, let me explain. But first, also know this. The motion the NDP Liberals have forced us all to debate today with as little time as possible is extraordinary. It's a measure usually invoked only for emergencies. And to be clear, it was done 2 times. That's right, twice. In 9 years, of the former Conservative government. But it's happening almost every other day with these NDP Liberals. So now the background. Last May, Conservatives and so many horrified Canadians challenged the Liberals on their approach to crime, hard on victims, soft on criminals, which at the time was made obvious by the decision to send Paul Bernardo to a medium-security prison. As usual, Liberals claim to be bystanders, as they do about almost all things happening in their government in Canada that they've been ruling over for 8 long years that day, and that the minister responsible really had nothing to do with it. Now, he was removed from that position in late July, so evidently someone over there thought he was, but I digress. To change the channel during the last weeks of that session, the Liberals dumped a number of bills in the House of Commons with promises to those it impacted that they must have never intended to keep, including Bill C-53 about recognizing Métis people that they put forward on literally the last sitting day of the session and told the people that it would be all done at once that day, a claim they had no business to make, and they knew it. But before that, on May 30th, the Liberals introduced Bill C-49, a bill to functionally end Atlantic offshore oil and to establish a framework for offshore renewable development that, get this, would triple the already endless NDP Liberal timelines and uncertainty now for offshore renewable project assessments and approvals, and will invite court challenges around unilateral anti-development zones, the potential delegation of Indigenous consultation to the regulators as drafted, never mind the 33 references to C-69 that the Supreme Court said is largely unconstitutional for the last half a decade, nearly 2 months ago. Now, that point may end up okay in the context of offshore development, but surely we can be forgiven for refusing to just trust them this time, since both the Supreme Court and the federal court have recently ruled against the NDP Liberal government and affirmed every single jurisdictional point Conservatives and literally me made about both C-69 and about their ridiculous top-down plastics as toxins decree. On May 30th, there was no debate on Bill C-49. The NDP Liberals brought it back to the House of Commons on September 19th. They permitted 8.5 hours of debate in total over 2 partial days. What's important for Canadians to know here is that it's the government that controls every aspect of the scheduling of all bills and motions of the House of Commons, not the official opposition. They didn't bring C-49 back onto the agenda for MPs to speak on behalf of their constituents, like, for example, every single MP of every party from Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador that the bill impacts exclusively. Instead, a month later, within 2 days, the NDP Liberals brought a motion to shut down debate and sent it to committee. Now, no fewer than 7 Liberals and 2 NDP MPs argued to fast-track Bill C-49 to justify their shutdown of the debate and accuse Conservatives of holding it up. And also about all the groups and people that must be heard. This is important because of what they then proposed at committee, which was not concurrent study like the Parliamentary Secretary has claimed today. When it comes to the last-minute name change to Bill C-50, that is still the globally planned just transition, no matter what the NDP Liberals spin to Canadians now, that the Liberals first announced plans to legislate in July 2021. They introduced Bill C-50 with no debate on June 15th, just a week before MPs headed to work in our ridings until September. They brought in Bill C-50 on September 29th. They permitted only 7.5 hours of total debate over 2 months, and about a month later, over 2 days, shut it down and sent it to committee. So Bill C-50, which represents the last step and the final solution in the anti-energy, anti-development agenda that is promoted internationally and incrementally imposed by the NDP Liberals on Canada, which they know will damage millions of Canadian workers in energy, agriculture, construction, transportation, and manufacturing, because their internal memos show it, was rammed through the first stages in a total of 3 business days. Government bills go to committee and are prioritized over everything else. At committee, MPs analyze the details of the bills, every line, and also, most importantly, hear from Canadians about the intended and sometimes even more imperative unintended consequences and propose and debate changes to improve it before it goes back to the House of Commons for more debate and comments by MPs on behalf of the diverse people and communities we represent across this big country. That's literally Canadian democracy. But on October 30th, the Liberals brought in a detailed top-down scheduling motion for the Natural Resources Committee and changed the order of the bills to be considered, not concurrent. Their motion was to deal with Bill C-50, the just transition, first now, a reversal of the way they themselves brought in and shut down debate on each, delaying the C-49 Atlantic offshore bill they said they want to fast-track, even though they actually control every part of the agenda themselves. Their motion limited the time to hear from witnesses to only 4 meetings to go through each line and propose changes, and limited each of those meetings to 3 hours for both bills. Now, on behalf of Conservatives, I propose an amendment that would help MPs on the Natural Resources Committee do our due diligence on Bill C-49 and send it to the next stages first, exactly as the NDP Liberals said they wanted to do. I propose the committee would have to deal with the problem of the half-a-decade-old Law C-69 that's unconstitutional 2 weeks earlier because so many of its sections are in C-49 and then move to Bill C-50, the Just Transition. Conservatives have always said both these bills are important, with disproportionate impacts in certain communities and regions, but ultimately very consequential for all Canadians. The NDP Liberals had the temerity to say that day and since that they wanted to collaborate on the schedule, you heard it here today, and work together to pass these bills. So let's talk about what that actually looked like. It looked like a dictatorial scheduling motion to the committee, no real consideration of the proposed schedule by Conservatives, and then a preoccupation to silence Conservative MPs' participation and even suggest kicking a couple of them out, like the MP for Peace River Westlock or the MP for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who, like me and every Conservative Alberta MP and every Conservative MP in every riding in this province, actually represent the hundreds of thousands of constituents that Bill C-50 will harm directly and who do have a right to speak and participate at any committees, like all committees and all MPs and all parties here. Believe me, we have spent every single day fighting for workers every day, and we won't stop. So for an entire month, as of yesterday, the NDP Liberals claim to want to collaborate on the schedule for this important work. But other than a text message from the Natural Resources Parliamentary Secretary that received no response when I replied with the very same suggestions Conservatives proposed in public, and otherwise, and ironically, in the very order that they themselves rammed it all through, they really haven't dealt with us in any measure of collaboration or good faith at all. I guess now would be an awkward time to put a fine point on it and remind the ever-increasing top-down NDP Liberal government that Canadians actually gave Conservatives more votes individually in both of the last two elections, and they are a minority government, which most people hope or claim means more compromises and more collaboration. But these NDP Liberals do the exact opposite. And whatever happened to all those words long ago about respecting everyone, inclusion, working together, well, I guess, never mind. Which brings us to today, Friday, December 1st. Near midnight on Wednesday, Conservatives received notice of this motion today. As usual, there's a lot of parliamentese and legalese here, so I'll explain exactly what it proposes to do about Bill C-50. It will limit Bill C-50 to less than 2 hours of debate. Ridiculous. The committee will hear no witnesses and none of the affected workers, no experts, no economists, nobody, nothing. The committee won't hear from anybody, and only 1 day of debate will be allowed. MPs will only have 1 day to review the bill at report stage and only 1 day of debate at third reading. Given that debate at second reading was limited to less than 8 hours, this is absolutely unacceptable for the hundreds of thousands of Canadians whose livelihoods this bill will destroy. I just want to make this point really clearly. Because of the NDP Liberals' actions so far and to date, no Canadian, hear me again, will be able to speak about the actual Bill C-50. No MP will be able to hear from any Canadian in any part of the country about it. But of course, this is just like their censorship of Canadian media. And then now they're all howling that we have to communicate directly on the only option that they've left us. This bill will impact Canada and will impact the livelihoods of millions of Canadians, as if the NDP Liberals haven't done enough damage already, driving hundreds of billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of jobs out of this country, and they definitely don't want to hear from anyone about it. Now, it's bad enough. They did a literal last-minute copy and paste job to switch all the references from Just Transition to Sustainable Jobs, even though no one actually ever called it that before. But a National Post column in February titled, quote, "Most Canadians don't trust Liberals' plan for just transition away from oil," poll. The column says, quote, 84% of Canadians do not know what the just transition plan actually is, but also, quote, 40% believe it will hurt the oil and gas sector. 36%
25% believe it will lead to lost jobs. And, quote, 56% of Canadians are not confident the government will be able to deliver, and 26% of those people are not at all confident. It says about 1/4 of Canadians think the government is moving too fast to transition Canada's economy, what this is really all about. 60% of Canadians don't want to pay any additional taxes to support their transition. Only 14% were willing to pay only 1 or 2% more. I mean, that's bad news for the pro-quadruple carbon tax NDP Liberal Bloc coalition. 57% of Canadians worry about the impact of lost tax revenue to governments should the economy transition away from natural resources, and 40% believe the plan to transition away from fossil fuels will make Canada less competitive in the global economy. A whopping, quote, 60% of all Canadians think we shouldn't make major changes before larger global polluters make serious efforts to reduce carbon emissions. Of course, luckily, common sense Conservatives agree with all of those Canadians. For the record here, I believe all of those Canadians would be proven to be correct if Canadians let the NDP Liberals advance the rest of this destructive agenda. But I'm hopeful more Canadians than ever see right through them now and will have a chance to stop it. It does look like it'll come down to that, since despite all the NDP Liberals' big talk, they really aren't interested in adjusting their anti-energy agenda at all, only in escalating it at what will be more major costs and more brutal losses for the vast majority of everyday Canadians that they prove every day they don't really care about. Canadians can't stop this attack on our country by our own government, this attack on our standard of living, our quality of life, our ability to survive and to thrive here in our Canadian home. But because of the NDP propping up the Liberals, Canadians have no choice, but they'll have to deal with it in the next election. And luckily, they have a common-sense Conservative Party that is ready and able to climb our great home, our country of Canada, back up and off of this cliff. But the NDP has, of course, abandoned its traditional and often admirable position as a principled and plucky opposition party because they crow outrage every day while they themselves prop up the Liberals. Apparently, with the cooperation of the Bloc now, too, to keep them in power and to prevent Canadians from being able to have a say in an election sooner than later. The NDP Liberals are clearly parties of power at any price now, so it's logical to conclude the truth-telling Canadians in the February column about the polls on the just transition are exactly what caused the crass and obviously last-minute name change to cover up the facts and to try to fool Canadians that Bill C-50 is not exactly what they fear and exactly what they don't trust this government to do with good cause after 8 years. It's the just transition. I'd also mention here that Alberta NDP leader Rachel Notley has also called on the NDP Liberals to scrap this just transition plan, but they aren't listening to her either, even though their federal and provincial parties are actually formally related, unlike, for example, us, the federal Common Sense Conservatives, a federal party in its own right with no official ties with any similar free enterprise Conservative provincial parties. Now, the NDP Liberals will say this is all much ado about nothing. They'll say, as she did, that it went through committee last year. Of course, the actual bill itself absolutely did not. It was a study on the general concept, and I really must note that between April and September, 64 witnesses and 23 written submissions. Not a single witness, except for one lonely government witness at the very end, ever called it sustainable jobs. They all said just transition. But the NDP Liberals together announced the Bill C-50 just transition before the committee even actually issued its report and recommendations, so that was all a bad charade too. It's ridiculous that they claim this isn't about what it plainly is. Because, of course, if there was no plan to kill hundreds of thousands of jobs and disrupt millions more, there would be no need for anything called a transition at all, right?
The member will be able to continue her intervention after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, today is World AIDS Day. This is a global movement to unite people in the fight against HIV and AIDS. World AIDS Day exists to shine a light on the real experiences of people living with HIV today, while celebrating the strength, resilience, and diversity of the communities most affected. It is a movement to inspire the leadership needed to create a future where HIV doesn't stand in the way of anyone's life. I am glad Canada is investing in global health, including AIDS funding, education, and other important global investments. Investments in the Global Fund, and working with grassroots communities through organizations like One Canada are foundational to ending AIDS. Canada has made a 10-year commitment to increase funding for sexually transmitted disease control, including HIV and AIDS. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart. Kenora's Jen Schott passed away on November 26th at the age of 51 after a courageous battle with cancer. She was well known as an early childhood educator and operator of the Coney Island Snack Shack, where I spent the better part of summers growing up. But she was so much more. She was a volunteer for almost everything, and her joy and positivity went unmatched. She spread it everywhere that she went, Madam Speaker. I was grateful for the chance to visit with her last week, and true to form, she offered some wise words of encouragement. Jen's message was to be kind to one another and always try your best, because you can move mountains. And she added with a smile that ECEs should be paid more. She'll be dearly missed by our entire community, as was evident by the over 1,000 residents who joined a light tribute in her honor along the harbour front. My thoughts are with her husband, Doug, daughters Sky and Star, and all of her loved ones during this very difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Today to congratulate the Masqua Aquatic Club, who in September won the National Sprint Canoe Kayak Championship for the third time, and the Canadian Masters Championship for the first time in the club's history. As well at Nationals, every Masqua para-athlete finished on the podium. This national success came on top of Masqua athletes winning Atlantic championships in every age level. It has been one of the most successful seasons for a paddling club in Canadian history. For decades, Masqua, located on beautiful Kearney Lake in Halifax West, has offered programming for all ages and caters to a wide range of abilities. I want to offer my congratulations to all the athletes who have competed this season, their families, supporters, and the club's coaches and staff, including head coach Christian Hall and Commodore Brian Smith. I can't wait to join you this weekend at the club's annual award ceremony. Félicitations, congratulations, everyone.
La Petite Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, I am honoured to be one of the spokespeople for Mad au Front, a group of women committed to the future of our children. Being a spokesperson means giving a voice to Quebec scientists on climate issues. Today, as COP28 kicks off in a petro state, I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Clotilde Pétrin-Desrosiers, a Montreal family doctor and mother-to-be. For years, Dr. Pétrin-Desrosiers has been concerned about the harmful and growing impact of climate change on health. She regularly treats people who are living with the consequences of our inaction: extreme heat, smoke from forest fires, allergies, eco-anxiety. A member of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, Claudel works in the healthcare system, the media, and universities to ensure that the climate crisis is recognized and treated as it should be, a health emergency. The scientific and economic evidence supports this. Climate action is an opportunity to protect and restore health. As parliamentarians, let's take action to offer those we already love or who will be born tomorrow the chance to live in a healthy environment. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Madam Speaker, despite our progress, gender-based violence continues to be an issue in Canada. Statistics show that around 44% of women have experienced some form of intimate partner violence at least once since the age of 15. This is unacceptable. During the 16 days of activism, we must all unite, men and women, to denounce violence against women. Women have the right to live in peace without fear of sexual harassment or violence. Men have a duty to show our brothers, our friends, and our sons respect for women. I thank organizations in my region, such as Maison Interlude and Centre Nova Prescott Russell for their hard work in providing women with the support they need. Gender-based violence won't be solved overnight, but until it's completely eradicated, we must support these organizations that offer hope to women in abusive situations. Let's be united in our efforts to counter gender-based violence. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Last weekend, I had the honor to take part in a tradition that goes back through generations of Nova Scotians. Steaming out of New Harbour, I joined my good friend Vincent Boutlier on board his vessel for the setting of his lobster traps for this season, about 15 miles offshore. All along the southern and western shores of Nova Scotia, the men and women of the lobster fishery put out to sea in the face of winter weather to fish their traps for the best quality lobster in the world in LFA 33 and LFA 34 until the end of May. The dangers involved in the lobster fishery in winter are well known, and the lobstermen accept these challenges to catch food, support their families and communities. But now they must deal with the challenges to their livelihoods brought on by this Liberal government with their unwillingness to enforce the law and stop illegal poaching, harming the sustainability of this fishery. To lobster harvesters in LFA 33 and 34, I hope for fair seas, bountiful catches this winter season.
Member for Dartmouth, Holt Herbert.
December 1st marks World AIDS Day and the beginning of Indigenous AIDS Awareness Week. During this time, we remember those who we lost to HIV and show our support for those living with it by raising awareness, increasing our knowledge, and working to end discrimination surrounding HIV. This year's theme, Let Communities Lead, is a reminder to listen to communities as we work to end the stigma surrounding HIV. We're working towards ensuring people across the country have access to testing and treatment for infectious diseases like HIV, and that these resources are reaching those who need it most. The first step to treatment is care and knowing your status. This week, we encourage you to get tested and learn more about the facts of HIV, because when we work together, we can put an end to AIDS. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, today is World AIDS Day. The UN reports that one life is lost every single day to HIV/AIDS. Even today, 9.2 million people living with HIV around the world do not have access to life-saving antiretroviral therapy. But in the last 20 years, the world has made considerable progress.
Since 2002, Canada has been one of the main donors to the Global Fund to fight tuberculosis, HIV/AIDS, and malaria.
Last year, thanks in large part to the advocacy of Canadians through Results Canada and the One campaign, Canada committed $1.21 billion to the Global Fund. In countries where the Global Fund invests, AIDS-related deaths have fallen by 72% since 2002.
But our progress is fragile, and it's important that we recommit ourselves to ending AIDS as a threat to public health by 2030. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina West Cannon.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years, we've seen once again that this Liberal NDP government is just not worth the cost. According to a Statistics Canada study released this month, 18% of Canadian families are experiencing food insecurity. And it should come as no surprise. The Liberals' carbon tax applies to farming activities all across the country. And those costs inevitably get passed on to consumers every time they go to the grocery store. Unfortunately, the Liberals used this month's fall economic statement to double down on their ever-increasing carbon tax. Fortunately, Conservatives have a solution. Conservative Bill C-234 will exempt certain farming activities from the carbon tax. Those lower costs will be passed on to consumers in the form of lower grocery prices and fewer Canadians turning to food banks to feed themselves. Madam Speaker, it's time for the Senate to pass Bill C-234 so that Canadians can feed themselves.
Yeah. For Milton.
Speaker, today is World AIDS Day, so I'm wearing a red beaded ribbon pin to remember the significance of this important day, where we commemorate the millions of lives tragically taken by HIV and AIDS. However, we must also celebrate all of the incredible innovations and treatment that we've seen over the past decades. Though fewer people die from this disease, more and more people are living with it, thanks in some part to those noteworthy innovations and medical advancements. Those with HIV live longer than they used to. This morning I met with representatives from the Canadian AIDS Society, and I'd like to thank them for their hard work and their advocacy. I encourage all Canadians, especially constituents in my riding, to learn more about the significance of today and to get involved. Key to the eradication of HIV and AIDS is access to testing for individuals so that they can know their HIV status. Unfortunately, stigma and discrimination remain as obstacles to this goal. Today, we're called on to support communities in their leadership on the fight against HIV and AIDS. In Milton, across Canada, and right around the world, we must continue to care for one another and empower one another during a time where the world is in turmoil due to violence and hateful rhetoric.
For Saskatoon West.
After 8 years, this costly NDP Liberal coalition is at it again, planning to quadruple the carbon tax on Canadian farmers. Canadians understand that when farmers, truckers, and processors pay thousands of dollars in carbon tax, this makes the food we buy more expensive. The price of food is so dire that the Ontario Hunger Report confirmed that food bank visits are up 38% in Ontario, the largest year-over-year increase ever recorded. And it's not just in Ontario. The director of Saskatoon's food bank said that after 18 months of increased inflation, folks are really struggling. We're seeing about 23,000 food bank users per month. That's in a city of only 300,000 people. Conservative Bill C-234 will create another carbon tax carve-out by removing the carbon tax on Canadian farmers. The good news? This will make food prices cheaper in Canada. The even better news? The Environment Minister has said he will resign if this bill passes. It's time for the Prime Minister to tell his appointed senators to stop stalling and pass Bill C-234 to bring home lower food prices for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, food security in the UK focuses on ensuring food supply sources at home and abroad. To the Dutch, food security means promoting agricultural growth by increasing productivity and improving market access for producers. In the United States, food security is having enough access to food for every person in a household to live an active, healthy life. In Canada, there's been an 82% increase in the number of workers in Ontario using food banks. That's right. When it comes to food security for Canadians, the NDP Liberal government policy is to send us to food banks. Other countries create the conditions for farmers to succeed, to grow more food, so there's plenty to go around and no one needs to go hungry. In Canada, we have shorter growing seasons and higher heating costs, so food security should mean taking the taxes out of production costs. Instead, the Prime Minister has slapped a carbon tax on food production at every step along the way. He isn't worth the cost.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wednesday evening was very special. I had the opportunity to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Seniors Action Centre of Vallée de la Lièvre. I'd like to thank and congratulate the volunteers for their exemplary dedication and commitment, which have greatly contributed to making this centre an exceptional place, offering support and compassion to the seniors of our community. It is with deep gratitude that we celebrate your invaluable contribution. A special congratulation goes to our exceptional General Manager, Michelle Osborne, whose mission has been to help seniors for over 35 years. Her inspirational leadership has guided the organization to great heights, and her determination to make a positive difference in the lives of seniors is truly commendable. Thank you, all of you, for your hard work, compassion, and generosity. Together, let's continue to make our centre a beacon of caring for our seniors. Bravo.
Langford.
Madam Speaker, CEBA loans saved hundreds of thousands of businesses and millions of jobs across Canada during the pandemic. But recovery has been slow. I received messages from two businesses in my riding, the Ginger Room Hair Salon, managed by Nicole Doyle with 8 employees, and the Fishbowl Cafe, managed by Jessica Fetchko with 9 employees. At this time of hardship, one is struggling with lower sales and the other with higher costs. Both are extremely worried about their ability to pay back their CEBA loans and are having to choose between cutting staff hours or very high interest loans. In response, the Liberals only extended the repayment deadline by 18 days. 18 days! Why is this Liberal government so inflexible on this simple request, and why are they choosing to put the small businesses in my riding in danger at such a tough time for our communities? On behalf of the many small businesses in my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, I call on this Liberal government to extend the CEBA loan repayment deadline. There's still time to do the right thing.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, 2023 marks the 50th anniversary of Club Fadoc Saint-Félix. Instead of having one big party, the members decided to celebrate all year long. They've had plenty of opportunities to do so because in Saint-Félix de Kingsley, seniors are very active. They're as busy as if they were working full-time. They play board games, card games, they have dinners, dances, sports, conferences. I've even heard about theatre. They are unstoppable. The Club de Saint-Félix has 153 active members. The town has 1,500 people. That's got to make some people in the FADUC network jealous. They're inspiring, it's heartwarming, and they're so engaged in their community. They're an example that we should all follow. Long live Club FADUC Saint-Félix and happy 50th anniversary.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, we continue to discover more ways that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. This week, the Chiefs of Ontario, representing more than 130 First Nations, sued this NDP Liberal government over their job-killing carbon tax, saying it is discriminatory against Indigenous peoples, especially those living and working on reserves, and that it disproportionately harms Indigenous Canadians and their constitutional rights. They had to sue this Prime Minister because he failed for almost a year to respond to their request to axe the tax. 8 years of this Prime Minister have made life unaffordable, and Canadians see he's not worth the cost. Indigenous Canadians can count on common-sense Conservatives to have a common-sense plan to respect them, to stop dividing Canadians and turn hurt into hope by axing the tax on everything for everyone and bring home lower prices for all.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, every day we hear the leader of the official opposition speak. What we have a better understanding is that the leader of the Conservative Party is just not worth the risk. Think about it. You know, just last week we had an explosion that had taken place at the Rainbow Bridge. The leader of the Conservative Party watches Fox News, runs into the chamber, and says there's a terrorist attack, Madam Speaker. That's what he implies in his question to the Prime Minister. How irresponsible is that for a leader of Canada's official opposition? That is not leadership, Madam Speaker. That is, in fact, not worth, that demonstrates that he's not worth the risk. Take a look in terms of the collective vote that the Conservative Party had on the Ukraine-Canada trade agreement. An agreement that is powerful, that will make a difference, not only here in Canada, but also for Ukraine, Madam Speaker. How does the Conservative Party vote? They vote no, Madam Speaker. And I would suggest to you again, coming from the leadership and the whole mega element that's within the Conservative Party today, that leader is just not worth the risk, Madam Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Thornhill.
It's Friday and the Prime Minister is still not worth the cost. We know that this summer Canada's economy actually shrank while the American economy grew by nearly 5%, all because of higher government spending, which leads to higher interest rates and higher inflation. Canadians are getting poorer, and no amount of rattling off statistics is going to change that fact. When will this government finally commit to balancing the budget and axing the tax so that Canadians can afford to eat, heat, and house themselves?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the Conservatives continue to talk down the Canadian economy, I'd like to take the opportunity to remind them about some of the key results of our economic plan so far. Madam Speaker, Canada is working because Canadians are working. Our GDP today is actually 4.1% above pre-pandemic levels. That's higher than Italy, higher than the European Union, higher than France, the UK, and Germany, Madam Speaker. And the IMF projects that Canada will have the highest economic growth in the G7 in 2024. Madam Speaker, I'd note that this is the same report that showed significantly upward revision in Canada's growth over the second quarter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, they can talk all they want, but the plan isn't working. We have never spent so much in this country to achieve so little. Government spending went up by more than 7%, and the economy still shrank by 1.1%. We have the lowest GDP per capita growth today and for the next 40 years of any advanced economy, according to their own budget. Canadians get higher taxes, higher spending, and more regulation. They are getting poorer. Why do they think that plan is working for Canadians?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What the Conservatives don't realize is when they continue to talk down the Canadian economy, they're talking down Canadian workers, they're talking down Canadian innovators, and they're talking down Canadians who are working hard to build up our economy. And on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we know that Canada's the best country in the world, and that's why I'm glad to share some more good news. Canada had the strongest growth in the G7 over the course of 2022, and the IMF predicts that we'll see the strongest average growth in the G7 in 2024. Madam Speaker, earlier this month, Moody's reiterated Canada's AAA rating, and that's not something that the Harper Conservatives could attest to back in their day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, we're talking down the economic malpractice that is coming from that side. These numbers tell a very different story, and worse, they're actually even tied with those guys. Just yesterday, Madam Speaker, the First Nations leaders sued this government, claiming that the carbon tax unfairly punishes Indigenous communities. There is legislation in front of the Senate right now that will help Indigenous Canadians and all Canadians by taking the tax off of the farmers that grow the food so the Canadians can afford to buy the food. Why are the Liberals ordering their senators to block the bill that this House passed?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, it's still clear that the Conservative Party and its members don't really understand how Indigenous people are not Indigenous Canadians, but in fact they're Indigenous people of their own nations, Madam Speaker. The idea of self-determination is something that this Conservative Party just can't wrap their heads around. The colonial Conservatives just won't quit.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
After 8 years, Canadians can no longer afford this Prime Minister's out-of-control costs. Next year, Canadians will pay more for interest on the debt than for healthcare, bankers, but for nurses. 2 million Canadians use food banks every month. More and more of them are from the middle class. Children are asking for winter boots and snowsuits so they can stay warm instead of toys to play with. Will the Prime Minister finally understand it's time to end his inflationary policies that's making everything cost more? The Honourable Minister. I want to thank my colleague for his question. What the Conservatives need to understand, Madam Speaker, is that we're helping Canadians with the Affordability Act. I know my colleague. He has influence in his party. People listen to him. I hope he convinces his colleagues to vote in favour of this bill. If he wants to give Canadians a gift by Christmas, it's to help us change how competition runs here in Canada, because Canadians know the best way to stabilize prices is to have more competition. Will he use his influence once and for all to actually help Canadians? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. We voted for it at second reading stage, so I don't understand where he's going with that question. What I know is that yesterday, the Journal de Montréal reported that children are asking for snowsuits. One child even asked, if you can believe it, a gift card to have a nice Christmas dinner. That's the reality. Does the minister have enough influence in the cabinet to convince the Prime Minister to end his inflationary policies, meaning that children have to cut into their Christmas wish lists? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, speaking of Christmas gifts, I have an idea for the Conservative Party. Let's give a gift to Canadians. A third reading of the Affordability Act is coming. If what they say is what they think, they should show it to Canadians and vote in favour of reforming competition, because that's the best way to give Canadians a gift. It's to help them to have price stability. People watching us are wondering, after 8 years, what are the Conservatives going to do for us? They have the chance to do something before Christmas for everyone. Will they? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, Quebecers are happy to do their part when it comes to welcoming refugees. The problem is the federal government isn't asking us to do our fair share. They're asking us to do twice as much, 48% of asylum seekers in Canada. They're asking us to pay nearly 5 times our share, 100% of the bill, $460 million in all, without taking into account the ability to welcome them. Instead of moralizing, will the federal government finally do its fair share and reimburse Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question in French. I would also like to answer her in French. As she knows full well, the agreement we have with Quebec gives it the authority and the jurisdiction to choose its immigration levels. We work closely with Quebec. We will continue to do so to make sure that immigration meets our needs, Quebec's needs, and Francophones' needs. Thank you.
Honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're talking about the Canada-Quebec Agreement, indicating that Quebec needs to welcome part of asylum seekers up to. There's no problem with that. However, right now, we're welcoming twice as much as our share, with 48% of asylum seekers. Meanwhile, British Columbia has 10 times less. The 4 maritime provinces altogether welcome 285 people. That's not even 1%. So we'll continue to do our share in Quebec. But will the federal government make sure that we're not the only ones? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. I repeat, Quebec is the only province that has an agreement of its own regarding immigration. It's worth $700 million for integration, helping immigrants learn French in Quebec. We'll continue to work with Quebecers. As my colleague said, there's going to be a meeting with the government of Quebec to talk about immigration levels and to talk about how we're going to work together to make sure that we welcome refugees and asylum seekers as well as we can.
Speaker, today marks the 42nd World AIDS Day. Countless Canadians have lost someone due to AIDS, and Canada is heading in the wrong direction as new infections are increasing, especially among Indigenous communities. For an annual investment of just $100 million, HIV in Canada could be eliminated. People living with HIV and organizations like HIV Edmonton have the tools to do this work. They just need the proper resources. When will this government provide the funding needed to make the elimination of HIV a reality?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ensuring that Canadians have access to testing and treatment for HIV on this World's AIDS Day is a top priority for our government. That's why we recently announced nearly $18 million in funding to make decentralized forms of HIV testing, including HIV self-test kits, more widely available across Canada. HIV self-test kits are helpful in reaching those who are undiagnosed by offering greater accessibility, privacy, convenience, and can reduce stigma. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Madam Speaker, this coming Monday, the CEO of Sobeys will be back to testify on food prices. For 2 years, the Liberals have been beating around the bush, both on bringing food prices down and standing up to grocery CEOs. And anyone could tell you the minister's little meeting where he asked these rich CEOs nicely to stop gouging Canadian grocers had no impact. Well, by bringing back the grocery CEOs, the NDP has given the minister a chance to right his wrongs. So will the Liberals crack down on this out-of-control price gouging?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I won't take the little meeting personally. I'm sure that he was not referring to me when he said that, because in fact it was a big meeting. It was the first time in Canada's history that we have the 5 largest grocers in Canada, and what I did, Madam Speaker, I expressed the frustration of 40 million Canadians, so I welcome my colleague to express his own frustration, because it's together that we're going to stabilize prices. And Madam Speaker, one of the tools that we have presented that's going to make a difference is a reform on competition. That is the best way to stabilize prices. We're really committed, and I hope every member of this House will vote in favor.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Always difficult to follow this member's large impression. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canada is facing challenges not seen since the Great Depression. 2 million Canadians are visiting food banks a month, doubling rents and mortgages. And perhaps worst of all, heartbreaking reports of children asking Santa for something to eat for this Christmas. To quote the Liberal Finance Minister from 2015, "This is no global problem, as the government likes to pretend for its shoddy mismanagement. This is a made-in-Canada runway to recession." Why are these Liberals so hell-bent to impoverishing Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, on one hand, it's good to see the Conservatives finally talking about poverty reduction strategies, but on the other hand, it's clear that they're still only reading the headlines and not the article. Madam Speaker, while the Conservatives continue to talk down the Canadian economy, I'd like to take an opportunity to remind them of a couple of key facts. There are over 1.1 million more jobs created since the pandemic, and we've recovered all the jobs and the economic growth since after the pandemic, Madam Speaker. The important thing to recognize with respect to poverty reduction is that our government was the one that modernized the Canada Child Benefit and pulled hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Poverty reduction continues to be one of the pillars of our government strategy. Thank you, Madam.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I want those at home to listen carefully, because what you won't hear from that side at all is per capita, per Canadian. Every Canadian, on average, is getting poorer. In fact, our economy shrank by 1.1%. Our per capita growth is to be the worst in the OECD. The U.S., it's gone up by nearly 5%. So I'm just curious, what will cause these Liberals to reverse direction? Longer food bank lines, worse economic numbers, or perhaps even worse polling numbers?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, you know, I've been paying attention to those same headlines, but I don't just read the top line, I read the entire article. And what a lot of these poverty reduction organizations, the food banks, and the organizations that are helping keep some of the most vulnerable Canadians afloat during challenging times, what they're asking for is continued programs like guaranteed livable income strategies like the Canada Child Benefit and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, Madam Speaker. They're asking for more programs to support Canada's most vulnerable, and those are the exact same programs that these Conservatives would cut if they were ever in government. Their programs, when Harper was the Prime Minister, did nothing to alleviate poverty and will continue to help the most vulnerable Canadians with these.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, First Nation leaders know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The Chiefs of Ontario, representing over 130 First Nations, are asking the federal court to exempt their communities from the carbon tax, a policy they say leaves them worse off and breaches the principles of reconciliation. Madam Speaker, when will the Liberals stop violating the constitutional rights of First Nations and simply axe the tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll reiterate that there is no relationship more important to this government than Canada's relationship with First Nations and Indigenous peoples. And no one understands the risks of the dangers of climate change better than First Nations communities. They're on the front lines with record wildfires and horrible destructions that we've seen over the last couple of years. So, like us, First Nations are asking for more climate resilience, more climate action. Just last month, I was proud to meet with the Indigenous Leadership Initiative on their Land Needs Guardians approach. Madam Speaker, the price on pollution is the most effective way to fight climate change and will continue to.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, First Nations do see firsthand the effects of climate change, but under this government, they miss climate target after climate target. Their plan simply is not working. They're only driving up the cost of living on First Nations and people right across the country. Meanwhile, NDP and Liberal politicians across Northern Ontario are planning to quadruple this tax. So again, why are they so committed to their failed plan that they're ignoring the concerns of First Nations?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, since we took office in 2015, Indigenous spending has increased by 168%, Madam Speaker, in First Nations communities. That's no small number, Madam Speaker, but you know what underlies that number? The ongoing systemic discrimination of the previous Conservative government, who spent nothing in First Nations communities, who discriminated against children, Madam Speaker, who ensured that generations of poverty would continue. We're reversing that trend, Madam Speaker. We're the ones that are working on reconciliation. These folks have nothing to say.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Denetime-Mississippi Churchill River.
Speaker, instead of listening to Canadians, this Prime Minister is quadrupling down on his failed carbon tax. Yesterday, left with no option after being ignored by this NDP Liberal government, Ontario Chiefs filed a judicial review asking for their own carbon tax carve-out. After 8 years, they've realized this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. This is the Prime Minister who claimed that the relationship with First Nations is the most important one to him and his government. If that is true, Speaker, will he stop forcing First Nations to go to court to defend their constitutional rights and axe the tax?
Yeah. Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, last summer I spent the summer with First Nations leaders community after community, evacuating people from the onslaught of incredible wildfires, of floods, Madam Speaker, that devastated community infrastructure, that put people out of their homes for weeks, in fact, months at an end, Madam Speaker. That's the risk of climate change to First Nations communities. They're first on the line in terms of people affected by the devastation of climate change. Indeed, Indigenous leaders know that, and we are working with Indigenous communities to ensure that they have the infrastructure they need, the support they need to manage this.
The honourable member for Denison, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Speaker, First Nations leaders are simply tired of managing poverty, and they've realized that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Unlike this Prime Minister, they're forced to think about monetary policy and know that he is simply not worth the cost. In fact, last January, the Ontario Chiefs wrote to this Prime Minister saying that the carbon tax was a grossly unfair burden on their nations. 4 out of 5 First Nation communities have median incomes that fall below the poverty line, and they're asking for their own carbon tax carve-out. Speaker, will this NDP Liberal government finally listen to First Nations leaders and simply axe the tax?
Yeah. Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, for a decade, the Conservative government kept people in poverty, refused to invest in infrastructure, refused to support education, Madam Speaker. Can you believe it? When we were elected in 2015, we made sure there was parity for First Nations education so kids could get a decent education. That member knows the record of the Conservative Party. We will not stop on our work in reconciliation. And Madam Speaker, their record speaks for itself. That's the gap that we now have to close.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Devinette, savez-vous ce que...
Do you know what a lack of vision is? It's giving a contract for building planes worth $10 billion to Boeing when a company in Quebec has the expertise. It's giving Quebecers money without a call for tender to the biggest aerospace rival for Quebec. It's depreciating our industry before all of its clients by refusing to even look at its offer. It's acting among the biggest players without taking into account a national aerospace policy. It's being docile with Washington instead of defending Quebec's interests. Why is Ottawa fundamentally incapable of providing a vision for our aerospace industry? I thank my colleague for his question. I would invite him to be careful. If he sees what we announced yesterday, our decision was based on national security considerations. So I ask the member to be careful. I have some good news, and Canadian aerospace companies will be happy to hear it. Boeing will be investing $5.4 billion in Canada in our aerospace industry. And not only that, Boeing is going to develop an innovation center in Montreal. I invite my Bloc colleagues to talk to the CEO. The honourable member for Terrebonne.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le taux de chômage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unemployment's going up in Quebec. It was at its highest level in October compared to even January 2022, and it's not going down because the federal government is pushing thousands of small and medium businesses to bankruptcy by January 18th. The January 18th deadline to reimburse their emergency business account loans means threatening hundreds of thousands of jobs during Christmas. Why not push it back? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's be clear. Plan A, the entrepreneur has the money, pays it back, and gets their non-refundable portion. Number 2, they borrow, they get their money back. Third, they will have 3 years. If they can't pay it back, they have to pay the minimum, which is 5% interest, $250 at most a month. That's not going to cause anyone to go into bankruptcy. Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, this is what Canadians are facing. This week, the Journal de Québec reported that a 13-year-old boy wrote to Santa Claus for Christmas, and what did he want? Food. That's Canada after 8 years of Liberal governance. Food is synonymous with agriculture. Bill C-234 passed here in the House of Commons, and it's intended to remove the carbon tax for farmers. However, right now we have senators appointed by the Liberal government who are delaying passage of that bill. When will the Prime Minister get up? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd remind my honourable colleague that the Conservative Party of Canada has senators sitting in their caucus. We do not. As a farmer, I fully understand how important it is to take care of our land and take care of the environment. But I will tell my honourable colleague a question that I received from farmers and ranchers. Number one is why the Conservative Party of Canada does not have a plan for the environment. And they also asked me a question, why you do not support the Canada-Ukraine trade deal. I can tell you, our
L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, what farmers are all telling us, without exception, is that Bill C-234 will help them save $1 billion. That's real. That's what farmers want. But this week was really quite something. This week, we asked the Senate to accelerate the passage for passing the bill, and the Liberals and the Bloc voted against it. The Bloc voted for C-234, but voted against getting the Senate to pass it. The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we are in the middle of the 16 days of activism to end gender-based violence. And meanwhile, the Conservatives have taken to social media to promote the harassment of women in the Senate, of women senators. At the same time, they are blocking legislation here in the House, and now they're trying to distract by bullying women parliamentarians. Madam Speaker, Conservative social media attacks are forcing women in the Senate to take action to protect themselves because they're facing threats. Madam Speaker, no woman should ever have to face harassment.
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
At the Liberals' billion-dollar green slush fund, they're rewarding corruption with appointments to their failed infrastructure bank. One Liberal insider admitted at committee that she funneled money to not one, not two, not three, but 4 companies that she has a stake in. This kind of corruption would get you jailed or fired at any other organization, but after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, it's clear this Prime Minister isn't worth the cost when he's promoting these very same people. So will they shut down this failed slush fund and fire everyone responsible for misappropriating tax dollars?
The Honourable Minister.
You know what Canadians are tired of, Madam Speaker, is the Conservatives spreading misinformation across the nation, Madam Speaker. They're getting influenced, I don't know by who, Madam Speaker, but it's very concerning. The agency they're talking about, Madam Speaker, has been helping hundreds, if not thousands of companies in Canada for a number of decades, Madam Speaker. We took the right action. The moment we had allegation, we investigated. The people who have committed action have resigned. And, Madam Speaker, we are determined to have the highest level of governance when it comes to any organization that receives public funds.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
This minister talks about who the slush fund's been helping. It's been helping Liberal insiders. Just the one I just mentioned helped herself to $1.2 million taxpayer dollars. And this minister then had her appointed to the infrastructure bank. She should have been fired. They didn't fire a single person. They commissioned a whitewash report. And what did Conservatives do? We called for the Auditor General to investigate. That's happening. The Ethics Commissioner to investigate. That's happening. When are they going to start firing people and stop shoveling tax dollars into the pockets of well-connected Liberal insiders?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's amazing to which extent the Conservatives would be going to talk down our economy and small and medium-sized businesses, Madam Speaker. I would really tell the member on the other side prudence, because that particular organization has helped companies across the nation with clean technology, Madam Speaker. But one thing is true for Canadians. The moment we heard the allegation, we investigated, we took the right action. We'll get to the bottom of this, Madam Speaker, but we're not going to hurt clean technologies companies in this country because they deserve our support, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Toronto's Bloor Line needs new subway cars, and Thunder Bay has the workers to build them. Toronto had an RFP ready to go earlier this year to replace the cars, but had to pull it because the Liberal government refused to come to the table with funding. The Liberal indifference on transit is bad for the people of Toronto, bad for the workers of Thunder Bay, and bad for the climate. I have watched subway cars come off that line in Thunder Bay. I have spoken with the workers who have the skills, and they're ready to take on this work. Why are the Liberals leaving Toronto's subway system to crumble and Thunder Bay's Alstom workers to fend for themselves?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I thank the member opposite for that important question. It allows me the opportunity to underscore the intense and significant financial supports that this government has put in place for the City of Toronto since 2015. In 2015, the Conservative Party saw fit to supply Toronto with about $200 million a year. In this year, we are providing Toronto $1.8 billion. Next year, that will rise to $2.1 billion. The supports for transit in Toronto and for infrastructure in Toronto are legion on this side of the House. I and other colleagues from Toronto will continue to defend our city.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
The Prime Minister keeps patting himself on the back for a job well done on housing, except anyone could tell you the Liberals are failing. Yesterday, in his latest photo op, the Prime Minister stood in front of his newest housing investment, a luxury condo where a one-bedroom starts at $2,150 for rent per month. People are already stretched every dollar. Investing in public money into luxury condos does not help. So will the Liberals stop putting rich developers over Canadians and immediately release the promised funding to build more affordable homes right now?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're leading the national effort to solve the housing crisis by ramping up the construction of housing, protecting renters and homeowners, and bringing home ownership back within reach. The Fall Economic Statement introduces measures to unlock more than 30,000 additional apartments, help affordable housing providers build 7,000 more homes, and promote and expand cooperative housing. And not only that, Madam Speaker, but we're cracking down on short-term rentals to unlock up to 30,000 more apartments and help protect homeowners from the stress of elevated interest rates. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Climate change is a global crisis that affects the entire world, but its devastating effects are not shared equally among countries. Developing countries who contribute the least to the pollution that causes climate change are the most vulnerable to some of its harshest consequences. Today, the real work begins at COP28, where the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change represents Canada. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister inform us on Canada's first contribution at this conference?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And as a first move at COP28, Canada is announcing support for developing countries to address loss and damage due to climate change with a $16 million contribution to the startup cost for a global fund. This is a significant step and a big win for the planet as we're helping climate-vulnerable developing countries to face the harshest impact from climate change. We're honoured to be among the first donors of this historic fund at COP28, and as the world comes together to assess our progress so far, we recognize there are still challenges ahead, and Canada will continue to play a leadership role to fight climate change.
The member for Red Deer Lacombe.
After 8 years of inflationary spending, after 8 straight years of deficit, after doubling the national debt, after creating record-setting interest hikes, and after implementing a punishing carbon tax, a record number of Canadians can't afford food. So why won't this Prime Minister call his appointees in the Senate and have them pass C-234 and take the tax off food production? What do farmers have to do to get a little respect around here? Yeah. Elect a few more Liberals?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we all know that the economy and trade go hand in hand. In fact, 1 in 5 jobs in Canada depend on trade. So let's talk about that. The Ukrainian-Canadian Congress has once again expressed their disappointment with the Leader of the Opposition and the Conservatives for voting against Ukraine and free trade. They have written directly to the Conservative leader calling on their party to change their position and vote for the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Will Conservative members have the courage to defy their leader, vote for trade, vote for this agreement, and stand with Ukraine?
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, Conservative Bill C-234 to axe the carbon tax for farmers remains stalled in the Senate. Senators appointed by this Prime Minister continue to make life unaffordable by delaying this bill. Dave and Devon run a dairy operation in my community. They pay thousands more on the carbon tax just to heat their barns. Now the Prime Minister wants to quadruple the tax on them. Madam Speaker, will this Prime Minister take his carbon tax off them to make food affordable for Canadians?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, that member from Alberta represents thousands of Ukrainian Canadians, as I am proud to do. Let me just read to him a little bit about one of my constituents, Alexandra HoC, and what she wrote to the Conservative leader. She happens to be the president of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress. What she underscores is the fact that when we're concerned about the price of food in this country, we need to be concerned about geopolitical crises that are causing food prices to escalate. And she underscored that she was disappointed to see the official opposition vote against the adoption of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, that Ukraine needs assistance, that Ukraine's government, led by Volodymyr Zelensky, is asking for that assistance. Right. What I'm asking him to do is...
Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswoods.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are struggling to afford the basics. In fact, Canadians are heading to the food bank in record numbers. This Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. You know, Kelly in my riding spends $6,300 a year in carbon tax on his farm. Now the Prime Minister wants to quadruple that. Will the Prime Minister simply axe this tax off Kelly's operation to make it more affordable for Canadians to feed their families?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the fundamental principle is that the Leader of the Opposition and his colleagues are not worth the cost. What is the cost? The cost has been underscored by the President of the Ukrainian Congress herself, a woman who happens to be my constituent. What she said is that Ukraine needs assistance. The Ukrainian government is begging for that assistance. What we have seen is a failure of leadership on the part of the official opposition to make supporting Ukraine a nonpartisan issue. It should never be partisan to confront an authoritarian ruler in an illegal war who's driving up the price of food in this country and around the world.
The Honourable Member for Portage Liscombe.
After 8 long years, it's clear that this Prime Minister simply isn't worth the cost. Jack, a grain farmer from southern Manitoba, paid over $6,000 in carbon taxes to dry his grain in October alone. And no, the government rebate isn't making him better off.
That's right.
But I assume Jack's money is now paying for the Environment Minister's high-carbon, high-hypocrisy 2-week trip to Dubai. And now the Liberals want to quadruple that carbon tax on farmers like Jack. So will the Prime Minister tell his Liberal senators to pass Bill C-234 to help make food more affordable for Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it's interesting the member opposite speaks about a high-cost trip. Let's speak about the Conservatives travelling to the UK to sip on champagne and oysters. And at that trip, one of their members were actually paid for by the Danube Institute, who has regularly advocated against Ukraine in support of Russia. Lo and behold, Conservatives come back and vote against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the Champagne Conservatives, they're not worth the cost to Canadians or Ukrainians.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, the agreement with Google is a step in the right direction. And it's a good first step. But we would have liked to see more. Initially, we heard about amounts up to $172 million. I will just interrupt the member. I want silence in the House. I want to hear the question. From the top, please. Madam Speaker, the government's agreement with Google is good news. It's a step in the right direction. We would have liked the government to get more money. At the outset, we had heard about amounts up to $172 million, but it's still good news. Now, if Meta would show some openness to negotiating, that would also be good. However, $100 million will not resolve our media crisis. Can the Minister of Heritage assure us that Radio-Canada, which already receives a large amount of public money, will not be taking more money out of that too small amount? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This agreement will inject $100 million a year for our media, and that amount will be indexed to inflation every year. That's great news for our local and Quebec media. If better terms are reached with other countries, our agreement states that we will automatically access those terms. We will always support our media. That's what we're doing here. This is good news for our newsrooms throughout Canada and in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Drummond.
Well, my colleague has just explained what's in the agreement, but that's not what my question was about. I was asking about CBC and the amount of money, but all right, we'll come back to that. Another thing that the minister must do immediately is to make sure that we avoid having more layoffs in the media sector. We know that many companies are having trouble. For example, Bell, Quebecor, and Cogeco have all made statements in that regard recently. They need to be able to access the 35% journalism tax credit, which is already available to print media, and that needs to be done before the holidays, before more newsrooms close, and once again, we have less diversity of information. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. First of all, I'm thinking about all the workers and their families affected by the TVA layoffs. We have implemented measures to help the journalism sector, and we're seeing what more we can do. I am open, when the minister remains open to all proposals made. We are seeing the impact of conservative filibustering to prevent the modernization of our laws and programs that would enable our media and culture to exist.
For Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Madam Speaker, this week we learned that our Canadian economy shrunk by 1.1% in the last quarter, while the U.S. economy grew by 5.2%. When our leader pointed this out, a Liberal minister responded yesterday by saying, quote, "We actually have an economic plan." Well, that was convincing. Rarely has the word actually been less convincingly used in a sentence than that. But, Madam Speaker, the last time that we saw a plan like this was from the equally incompetent Trudeau government of the 70s and 80s, which obliterated our economy. When will this government realize that those Trudeau economics are as bad for Canada now?
No, Trudeau father. I'm sorry, it was the 70s. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're advancing the government's plan to grow the middle class, build more homes faster, and build an economy that works for everyone, while the Conservatives have become this one-issue party claiming that axing the tax will solve all of the country's problems. Well, it won't, Madam Speaker. But this week we introduced Bill C-59, our fall economic statement that is going to help deliver on key measures of this economic plan. In this legislation, we're modernizing competition laws to help stabilize grocery prices. We're doubling the rural top-up on the pollution pricing rebate. We're removing the GST on new rental home construction and co-ops, which the Conservatives stand against, calling co-ops Soviet-style.
Honourable Member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals love to bury the very real hardships of Canadians in ridiculous non-answers like that. The GDP, per capita GDP numbers represent the real world, the world where Canadians actually live. Mm-hmm. In this real world, Canadians are getting worse off. It hasn't been this bad since the Trudeau economic rampage of the 70s and 80s, which took us decades to recover from. Does anyone over there have the courage to look their Prime Minister in the eye and tell him that following that Trudeau economic blueprint is destroying our economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. From the beginning, we've been delivering for Canadians. And from a personal perspective, I'd like to highlight a couple of weeks ago what those Conservatives continue to say is that when we build affordable, non-profit, non-market co-op housing, that's Soviet-style housing. Madam Speaker, that plays right in to their recent vote against the Ukraine-Canada Free Trade Agreement. What are they thinking over there, Madam Speaker? I would ask that these members consider voting for our fall economic statement so that we can build more homes faster and bring affordability to Canadians through good, proven mechanisms like non-market housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, after 8 years, this government still doesn't seem to get that it could reduce food prices by giving farmers a break. That's why we really need to adopt C-234. This costly Bloc Liberal coalition is totally disconnected from what's happening on the ground. It wants to radically increase the carbon tax. Voting for the Bloc Québécois has a high cost. Producers in my region are calling me and telling me to get this bill adopted. Will the Prime Minister tell his so-called independent appointed senators to stop blocking C-234 in order to reduce grocery prices for all Canadian families? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's something I just don't understand when my Quebec colleague asks this type of question. No matter what happens with this bill, it won't have an impact on Quebec. In fact, it will actually disadvantage Quebec and BC agricultural producers because they will continue to have their carbon tax and the other provinces won't. So what my colleague for Beauce is actually doing is causing more problems for Quebec producers.
Député de Halifax West.
Madam Speaker, when Canadians needed support during the pandemic, community groups and charities stepped up to provide crucial assistance. Now many are having difficulty generating revenue, managing increased costs and demand for services, and attracting and retaining paid staff and volunteers. Can the Parliamentary Secretary update the House what's been done to support these organizations?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, through our Community Services Recovery Fund, nearly 5,500 organizations nationwide have been funded. In the members' riding of Halifax West, that means the Fairview Resource Centre can continue offering family programming and services to new parents and community meals for families and seniors. Also, this means that groups like the Halifax Sexual Health Centre can continue offering vital reproductive and gender-affirming care to the community. These are local groups who are making a real difference in the members' riding and across the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
The Liberal Minister of Industry admitted he had not read the $15 billion Stellantis contract that will cost every taxpayer in Canada $1,000 in new taxes. Conservatives put forward a motion requiring the government make contracts public. When you take taxpayer money, transparency is expected. For 10 hours, Liberals have been obstructing the passage of this motion on a filibuster, hiding their bad deal. Will the Liberals put transparency where their mouth is and release the contracts?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's so, you sit on this side and Canadians are always so outrageous to hear the Conservative make crazy allegations like that, Madam Speaker. Not only they've been against the Stellantis deal, Madam Speaker, they've been against the Volkswagen deal, they've been against the Nordvolt deal, they're against the Ford deal, they're against the GM deal. Madam Speaker, will they ever do something for Canadian workers? Will they ever do something for the auto industry? Will do something for the communities, Madam Speaker? On this side of the House, we have a plan. We have brought record investment and will continue to invest in our auto sector.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Will he have the guts to show the public and Canadians the contract, $1,000 of taxes per household to assemble batteries with parts made from China, shipped to the U.S. for cars assembled and sold in the U.S. Taxpayers will cover the cost of batteries. These cars with no guarantees of Canadian jobs and no guarantees that these plants will survive after the 100% battery subsidy ends in 2033. Liberals are obstructing the Conservative motion to release the contracts by filibustering a committee. These contracts must be way worse.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, 2,300 Canadians building the plant, 2,500 Canadians building batteries, maximizing work for our world-class trades. Conservatives never supported the EV battery plant in Windsor, and they are now working overtime to tear it down. Madam Speaker, our Liberal government worked with Labour to deliver the plant. We are working with Labour to secure the plant, and we will fight tooth and nail to protect the plant from Conservative attacks.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, after a set of incompetent negotiations, the NDP Liberal government acceded to a $15 billion subsidy to Stellantis. That's 6 million taxpayer funds per job. But more than half these jobs may actually be coming from Korea.
Shame.
After 8 years, this government is not worth the cost. First, we had a cabinet minister that did not read his emails. Now we've got one that will not read the contracts. The jig is up. Release the Stellantis contract so Canadian contributors can see what they're paying for.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, it's outrageous to hear the Conservative. Not only I read the contract, I negotiated the contract, Madam Speaker. And these guys have never seen it. That they make all these claims. They have all these numbers. They don't know what they're talking about, Madam Speaker. And it's not me saying that. It's the leader of Unifor. These guys don't know a hell of what they're talking about, Madam Speaker. When their leader was the Minister of Employment, not only 3,000 jobs, 30,000, 300,000 jobs were lost in the manufacturing sector. I will take no lessons from any of them, Madam Speaker. I will fight every step of the day.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Madam Speaker, this week we have begun marking 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. The campaign started on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and will conclude on Human Rights Day, December the 10th. Unfortunately, We are too well aware that every day in this country and around the world, women still face emotional, physical, and psychological abuse. As a society, we have made progress, but so much more needs to be done. What concrete actions is this government taking to confront the threat?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for Kitchener South Hespeler for speaking up for women everywhere. We take the issue of gender-based violence very seriously and have implemented more supports for victims, for survivors and their families, supports for violence prevention and more responsive justice system, in Indigenous-led approaches to challenges faced by Indigenous women and girls, brought forward responsible firearms safety measures, including red and yellow flag gun laws. Madam Speaker, we know there's more to do, but we are committed to making sure that we end gender-based violence.
The Honourable Member for Churchill Coatinugaski.
Madam Speaker, something is rotten in the CRA. Following a phone call from Deloitte to a senior official at CRA, they gave a company $63 million in what are being referred to as, quote, illegitimate tax rebates. The CRA was auditing the company in question, yet it took less than 24 hours after a phone call from a powerful accounting firm to not only make the problem go away, but to give away millions of dollars of Canadians' money. The minister needs to come clean. How many audits have they cancelled at Deloitte's request? Who else has this kind of power? And why aren't the Liberals ensuring tax fairness at a time when Canadians are struggling?
L'Honourable Ministre.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can assure you that decisions made by the CRA are made in a way that follows the rules. They are administrative decisions that are the same for everyone. Of course, I cannot comment on an individual case, but I can assure you that the CRA is fully independent. Thank you.
That puts an end to oral questions. Tabling of documents. On a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a document here that I'm asking for unanimous consent to be able to table. It, in essence, states that the UCC therefore asks the official opposition to revisit their position on Bill 57, that's the Ukraine-Canada Trade Agreement, and vote to support the bill at third reading.
It's been clear. The
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. A point of order. Yes, Madam Speaker, I have here an article from the Journal de Montréal connected to a question asked during question period. No unanimous consent.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions. These returns will be tabled on an electronic format.
Agreed. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report from the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, also known, of course, as the mighty OGO, entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2023-2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Malillo, moves that the 14th report of the Standing Committee of Public Accounts, presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and always a pleasure to be here. And I might say, Madam Speaker, if I'm allowed to make this observation, the Chair, question period well run, right on time, kept people right on the trains on time there. So today I'm going to talk about something that is incredibly important to both the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South, and also across Canada. We are talking about protecting Canada's food system. This was a report which was concurred on when I was on the fabulous Committee of Public Accounts. Unfortunately, I've moved on to Finance Committee, but I very much enjoyed my time on public accounts. This was what we were talking about, something that's near and dear to my heart, which is food security. And of course, food security is always an issue, but it was highlighted during the great pandemic years where Canadians were reliant on having food, and we saw, unfortunately, shortages in our grocery stores. It was not too long ago, even though in some ways it seems like a lifetime ago, where grocery stores were short on food, and it's incredibly important that we have food security in our country. And one of the issues that will drive that is, of course, the carbon tax. The carbon tax is, of course, raising the cost of food. It is also driving food production offshore. So if those in the House who may have been here back in 2019 when I was elected, when I found out early on in my time as an MP in 2019 that I had won the lottery. I remember a staffer coming to me saying, "Mr. Lawrence, you won the lottery." Of course, I had no idea what that meant at the time. But what that meant is that I won the PMB lottery. I actually got number 6. And so we then had a very difficult decision to make. Of course, there's lots of things that need to be changed in 2019, even more in the government now in 2023 after 8 years as NDP Liberal government. That's certainly not worth the cost, but our team did a search of various issues, and of course a large portion of the Northumberland Peterborough South economy is agriculture. And so our farmers came to us and said, "Mr. Lawrence, the carbon tax, it's killing us." They presented me with bills of tens of thousands of dollars in carbon tax. And that was back when the carbon tax was actually a lot lower than it is now, when it was only $20 a ton. Now it's headed up into this next year to $80 a ton. Just so everyone's at home, that's quadruple of what the current carbon tax is. So we said, you know what, you're right, Mrs. and Mr. Farmer, we need to provide you relief. And so, of course, we would have loved just to axe the tax in our private member's bill, but that's not permissible because of the limited scope of a private member's bill. I'm actually told right now that, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I have to split my time. I was really hoping to have a lot longer time to speak here because food insecurity is an importantly critical. And my mentor, the member from Winnipeg North, Winnipeg North, has taught me the incredible importance of brevity in this House. But I am going to be splitting my time with the wonderful member from Calgary Shepherd. But where was I? So the farmers came to us and said, you know what, the carbon tax, it is killing us because not only is it potentially making us globally uncompetitive, there are many markets where we simply cannot pass that cost on. And so the challenge is it's actually making our farm unprofitable. And in the system that we have of capitalism, if our business is not profitable, we simply cannot continue to do it,
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that with respect to consideration of government business number 31, at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned.
The Honourable Member can continue his speech, but I want to remind him that the rule in the House is that we cannot name members, including their own selves. So the Honourable Member can continue.
Merci. C'est très bien.
Thank you.
Je continue.
I continue to practice my French in the future. I hope to speak more in French.
You in English there. Thank you very much. So, we started in 2019 along this journey of starting to remove the carbon tax on farmers, and so what our farmers said is that it doesn't make sense to us why diesel and dirtier fuels are actually exempt for farmers, but natural gas and propane are not. Because propane is actually, their carbon footprint is considerably less, a fully 50% less than diesel. But somehow natural gas and propane. So I thought, and here's my naivety. I'm coming into 2019, and it's not that far ago from 2015 when we're hearing things like sunny ways and open by default. And so I thought, these Liberals, they probably just made a mistake. It was probably a drafting error. And once I bring it to their attention, I am positive that they'll say, we don't want our farmers to be suffering. We have farmers in Milton, that one farmer in Milton, as well. And so we need to take care of this. So I thought that in my naivete, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I actually thought that I would bring this to their attention. They say, you don't even need to pass the legislation. We'll fix it in our next budget or next thing. But somehow that didn't happen. And so we brought it forward, and we got support of this. You won't believe this. You won't believe this. We got support of the Green Party. The Green Party. We got support of the NDP. We got support of environmental activists were on our side because they realized that propane is cleaner than diesel. So why would we give an exemption to diesel but not to propane? But then we found out that in liberal logic world, it's a very muddled sort of place up there because we found out that they've actually doubled down because instead of providing home heating oil to natural gas, which is way cleaner than oil, we're going to give an exemption to oil but not natural gas. This just, it boggles the mind because the logic behind the carbon tax is we put a cost on higher carbon intensity fuels to reduce their usage. So if that's true, they should be quadrupling. In fact, they should be making 8 or 10 times on fuel. But they know it isn't true because, and the logic behind our bill and behind the bill 234, which is in the Senate right now, is that if we give farmers an exemption, if we give them control over their resources, they will make the right decisions. They will invest in the technology that will clean our planet. This ham-fisted, stick-before-carrot approach to the carbon tax has been proven to not only increase the cost, but also to actually increase global emissions. Because what it does is it drives production, whether it be a factory or a farm, from clean Canadian energy into coal-producing jurisdictions around the world. And so this is the ultimate in greenwashing. There is no more greenwashing tool than the carbon tax. Because what it does is it says, okay, you farm, you factory, we're going to move you over to Guangdong province, where instead of being powered by clean Canadian hydropower in Quebec or in Winnipeg or natural gas in Alberta, we're going to have it powered by coal. We are raising worldwide emissions because of the carbon tax. Because instead of energy being produced here in Canada in a clean, sustainable way, we are exporting it. Yeah. And you know what? Worst of all, we're impoverishing ourselves to do it. We are impoverishing ourselves to do it. So instead of having paychecks going to clean Canadian energy workers, we're having those paychecks going to Dubai. Oh, what's going on in Dubai? I believe that they're in there in a heated, air-conditioned dome in the middle of the desert. Can you get any more ironic than that? The fossil fuels that they are burning to somehow reduce the amount of fossil fuels, the hypocrisy just has no end with these liberals. So my closing words, I believe I'm getting to the end there, Mr. Speaker. We got 1 minute here, thank you, is let's, I don't need to stretch it out. 234 needs to be passed. That's right. 234, even if you are a wholehearted believer in carbon tax, 234 is just giving equity to our farmers. It doesn't matter whether you're a Green Party or NDP. We all agree, except for these Liberals, that farmers deserve a break.
That's right. Great job.
Avant de passer aux questions.
Before moving to questions and comments, I'd like to apologize to the minister who rose on a point of order. I didn't give her the right title. My apologies to her. Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Only one thing is happening right here, and Canadians should take note. This morning, on our order paper, we were scheduled to debate, once again, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. And once again, Conservatives have used a procedural tactic to slow down that process. This member should be absolutely shameful about what he's doing right now, what all Conservatives are doing right now. He needs to come clean, tell Canadians why he doesn't support Ukraine, tell Canadians why his leader doesn't support Ukraine, and they need to stop slowing this down. They need to start doing the responsible thing, standing up for Ukraine. Stop telling Ukraine what they need. I think Ukraine has heard enough of what Conservatives had to say about what they need. It's time for them to start listening to Ukraine. Listen to the Ukrainian Canadian Congress. Do the right thing. Allow us to debate the Free Trade Agreement and let us get on to a vote.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough, Northumberland, Peterborough South.
In Putin's Russia, this is not a dictatorship, and we still get the votes, and we still get the ability to use Parliament. So you guys don't just get to decide everything. And we support Ukraine. That's why we're going to send them arms and not carbon tax.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach. Just before, I'd like some decorum. The Honourable Member for their question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague who had the pleasure of sitting on Public Accounts Committee with, to which this debate has been moved by the Conservatives. And it's very obvious, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunate that it's an attempt to block what is a debate that's supposed to be taking place on the Free Trade Agreement with Ukraine, something that New Democrats support. It's a terrible situation going on in Europe, and I'd hope that we can get to a point in this chamber where partisanship can take a back seat to the realities facing our planet. And this is a serious issue where we have warmongers on the loose attacking countries like Ukraine, an ally of ours. Simultaneous to that, we have this member who I respect deeply, who knows exactly what's taking place here, who knows exactly what his party is doing, blocking that debate. And I sincerely ask the member to just sympathize with the Ukrainians for a moment and how important this bill truly is for them. Can the member just please speak to Ukrainians and why they would be doing this?
The Honourable Member.
You absolutely understand. That's why we want to send fuel and energy and arms to Ukraine, not the carbon tax. And I will tell you that the carbon tax and food insecurity is important in my riding. There are people lining up at food banks because the cost of food is so high. So I resent this individual saying that it's not important, because food insecurity is important. If he doesn't believe it, come down to Cobourg and see the food bank.
Right, point.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations for occupying that seat. Now, I was listening to my colleague's speech. Something in agriculture fascinates me. Why are we not betting on shorter circuits? My Conservative colleagues will say if we have shorter circuits, we'll have less money to spend on transportation and we'll use less oil, and it's not good for that industry. But I think the solution is there. Promote local production, shorter trips, and buying local in agriculture. That means investing in farms and cities and towns to transform the way they do agriculture instead of bringing agri-food products from all over, from every other continent, in fact. Does my colleague have any comments on shorter circuits for agriculture? The Honourable Member has 1:10 to answer. I agree.
I think we do need to focus on local farming, and I know in our riding we have some great farmers markets in Port Hope and Cobourg, and you know what, if anyone's driving from Toronto to Ottawa, or maybe from Quebec they want to go down to Toronto, I don't know why, Quebec's beautiful, why you want to leave Quebec, but if you did want to go to Toronto, you come right through my riding, stop through the Port Hope or the Cobourg market from 9 to 12 on Saturday mornings there.
Great.
We have time for a very brief question, about 20 seconds. I recognize the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
It's wonderful to see someone from the Bloc in the position representing all of Canada and our main democracy, because I know you support that above everything else. To my colleague on the public accounts, in this year's public accounts, there is $3.5 billion of losses from the Bank in Canada. This year, they're projecting $3.9 billion. I'm wondering if the colleague could tell us some of the things we could actually help Canadians with instead of Bank of Canada losses.
In 15 seconds, the honourable member.
Billions of dollars going to the Bank of Canada. By the way, Canada is only the Canadian government could lose money selling drugs and running a bank. But that's money that could go through healthcare, to education, to helping the most vulnerable.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Le député de Calgary.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
So it's always a great honor to rise on behalf of constituents in Calgary Shepherd, and this is the 14th report of Public Accounts Committee. It's a committee that I got to briefly chair, and I know that there are other members here who have had the honor of chairing that committee as well. It is one of the most interesting committees to be on because it's one that deals very closely with the Auditor General and the reports. So for constituents back home, this is an audit of several government programs. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, which accounts for hundreds of millions of dollars and how the money is spent. As the member who spoke previously passionately, all of these programs, though, deal with input costs and then how the government is trying to offset the high cost of certain grocery products available in our aisles. And that accounts for how the government is spending it, trying to provide, in this particular case, these programs try to provide reasonably priced, affordably priced groceries for people who are trying to purchase them. We've been talking about all week long and for weeks now about C-234 that is now stuck in the Senate because Liberal-appointed senators won't lead it to a vote so that we can pass it after this House has already spoken. And I've always been taken by the argument made by the member for Wellington-Halton Hills that C-234 is a spending bill. This House has standing orders. There is a long constitutional tradition that when we pass spending bills in the House of Commons, that the Senate of Canada, that other place, does not have the right to continuously block it. They have to pass those types of bills. Now, in a private member's bills, you can't pass a new taxation, but you can do a carve-out. And C-234 does a carve-out. There's already a carve-out that was created by the Liberal government by its own admission. And this carve-out was created for individuals with a heating oil.
I see there's a point of order. The Honourable Minister. I table the government responses to various questions. Thank you. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd has 8 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted that we will have answers to questions tabled in the House today.
When I was just leading on, the government has created now one carve-out for heating oil. They did it for electoral reasons. We have one of the cabinet ministers from the Liberal side that said exactly that if Westerners, prairie Canadians like myself, expected to get a carve-out for natural gas, that is the primary fuel used to heat our homes in the winter, then we should have elected more Liberal. So it is very much political. In the Supreme Court decision on the Greenhouse Gas Pricing Pollution Act, I think it's called the GGPP, it has a weird acronym, that confirmed that a carbon tax was possible in Canada. The Supreme Court specifically said that if applied all across the board, then there was a defensible nature to it. Carve-outs undermine that legal argument. C-234, though, is the willingness of this House to try and make affordable groceries, affordable food, affordable again. After 8 years of this Liberal government, we don't have that. And people in my riding, this is consistently the number one issue I get emails about, is the sticker shock people are receiving when they go to the aisles, fresh produce, when they're buying cereals, when they're buying meat. Everything is more expensive. A lot of these government programs that are put into place here that the Auditor General did an audit on is trying to achieve that, but we're not talking about more than $1 billion. C-234 would give our farmers $1 billion tax break on the carbon tax by providing them that carve-out. Members during question period today raised individual cases of farmers that are paying thousands of dollars a month on their farms for things like grain drying. These thousands of dollars then have to be passed on to consumers. Consumers in my riding, Speaker, you will know this, but my riding, I think the closest connection we have to farms is our grocery stores. And I say that because I have a lot of farmers and ranchers who retire to my riding. So there's a lot of people who are multi-generational farmers and ranchers who choose to retire into the city. I have a very large hospital in my riding, so because they want that closeness to the service, they retire into the city, but their kids continue on the farm operations. And they continue that long-standing family tradition of owning and operating a family farm. And they're all facing tens of thousands of dollars in additional costs that they must pass on to consumers. That's what happens every time you have an increase the government imposes. This is not a market mechanism. This is an imposition. It's going up $15 every single year. It doesn't care what the market says. It's just a government-imposed tax. And it's simply driving up the costs of everything we buy in our grocery stores. So as the Auditor General did an audit on these programs, I want to make sure that people back home understand that C-234, that the Senate continues to block and not lead to a vote because Liberal senators there don't want to see the vote. Liberal-appointed senators don't want to see a break for farmers of $1 billion. $1 billion is huge in my riding. It will make a huge difference to the price of groceries that we pay. I always have a Yiddish proverb when I rise in the House. I think I've forgotten maybe once. I know the member from Edmonton West says finally because he was waiting for this, but the truth never dies, but it lives a miserable life. And that is the truth I want to share with the House today because, you know, what we've heard from the government side, their talking points are that, you know, we don't know how the Senate works. Well, we do know how the Senate works. So we have conservative senators that we caucus with. We caucus with them. They're explaining to us what is going on the floor of the Senate. What are the discussions that are going on? Which individual senators are the ones leading the charge, the Liberal-appointed senators who are leading the charge in doing amendments and trying to stall this at committees. Because we have a bicameral system, we have two houses in our parliament. And I'm an Albertan. I would like to see more elected senators. I hold firm to that position. A Triple E Senate is a long-standing Alberta position, and Albertans have been demanding an elected Senate for generations now. And we do have elected senators in our Senate. I want to pay homage to the fact that we do have them, and that the Prime Minister should be appointing off our senatorial election list. Pam Davidson, Erika Barudis, Mikhailo, who is a proud Ukrainian Canadian, that this government refuses to appoint. Refuses to appoint a Ukrainian Canadian senator from Edmonton who earned the right to sit in the Senate by running in an election. He has received more votes himself. I just checked over 220,000 votes in that senatorial election than any member of this House, including myself. I came maybe near, as close as probably any other member has, with over 44,000 votes in my riding, but close, not close enough to what Mikhailo got. But some of our elected senators have received over 300,000 votes. They have earned the right by universal suffrage in Alberta to sit in the Senate and represent people, and they have a right to do that. So leading back to this audit, leading back to the Yiddish proverb that I shared, every single time the government rises in the House and tries to make a claim that we don't know how the Senate works, that they're doing their jobs, that these are independent senators, well, I haven't seen a single conservative senator appointed by the government. I haven't seen a single senator appointed by the government side that doesn't. I hear a member heckling again. It's the same voice I hear all the time from Timmins James Bay. Spends more time heckling, Speaker, spends more time heckling and talking about Toronto subways than he does about the people from Timmins James Bay, in fact. In fact, you know, I want to wish him good luck in a future life when he perhaps will try to go and get a pundit job with maybe the CBC. Sorry, not the CBC. We're going to defund those once we earn the right to govern. So maybe you'll have a good time at his condo in Toronto, and you'll have a long, long retirement there where you can keep fighting for those subway systems that his constituents don't use. Because his constituents are also paying. They're seeing the sticker shock in their grocery stores like my constituents are. Farmers are paying a carbon tax they get no relief from. This wasn't audited in the Auditor General's public accounts report here, but it's $1 billion tax relief for our farmers. And they deserve it. They work hard. I see this in those who retire to my riding, who are ranchers and farmers, who spend 40, 50 years of back-breaking labor producing the food that we eat in our grocery stores. And every single time the government imposes a new tax, raises the personal income tax. In fact, this government, they went after farmers when they went after professional corporations. They jacked up taxes. I watched an orchard farmer from Atlantic Canada break down at Finance Committee and cry because he was facing the destruction of his business. This was pre-2019. The destruction of his business when they were changing the small business tax rate because he wouldn't be able to pass it on to his daughters. That's this government. This is what they do every single time. And so as we're standing here drawing the attention of Canadians, of the House of Commons, members of Parliament, and senators who are watching, we want them to pass C-234 before Christmas, the faster the better, so that Canadians can put a good, healthy meal and have a Merry Christmas this winter that they deserve and they've worked hard for. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader.
Speaker, and once again we see the Conservative Party playing a very unfortunate game because there's a substantial consequence to the games that the Conservatives play here, and I think there's a great sense of disappointment that goes far beyond Ottawa and I would say even outside of Canada, and that's in regards to we are supposed to be having the third report stage of the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement today. The Conservatives have made the determination not to allow that to proceed, even to allow it to come to a vote at the very least, something in which I think would have been the honourable thing to do. The member's whole premise of his argument was based on the price of food and getting rid of the carbon tax. Ukraine has a price on pollution, and it just seems to me that the Conservatives are being very reckless in their approach in dealing with the House. How does the member justify denying a vote on the Canada-Ukraine agreement?
L'honorable député. The honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. So, I have respect for the member for Winnipeg North. I think he does the best he can for his Liberal side, rising consistently in the House and trying to do the best that he can with the miserable talking points that they've received. Let's just go back to the record. Radar-sat satellite imagery of where Russian troops were across the border. The Stephen Harper government gave access to the Ukrainian government to Radar-sat. They took it away in 2016, denied the ability of Ukraine to prepare itself for a possible Russian invasion. Minister of Foreign Affairs Stéphane Dion, at committee, I remember, Foreign Affairs Committee, used to claim we must speak with Vladimir Putin and we have to restore relations and talk to him wherever possible. The chair of that committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, Bob Nold, repeatedly said things that were, I would consider, the restoration of a pro-Russian line and speaking more to them. That same party keeps denying that we already have a free trade agreement. They keep expecting that we can do more free trade now, but we already have a free trade deal with Ukraine. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With my colleague for Calgary Shepherd, we could talk a lot about the Senate. Is it good? Is it not good? Should it be elected? We could have a great debate. But the Senate is there, it exists, and the Senate has to do its work by reviewing bills that come out of the House of Commons. I went through the same frustration when it was C-11 that was before the Senate. At that time, Conservative senators were the ones slowing down the process. But we let the work happen at the Senate. What happened is Conservative senators actually bullied a senator, including one from Quebec, who is a Paralympic athlete, a pride of Quebec, an athlete in a wheelchair who's admired by all Quebecers. Not long ago, in the antechamber, there was the tweet from the leader of the opposition in the House showing the two photos of those senators, which violated her right to privacy. Are they trying to influence the work of the Senate so that they get it done faster? The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Drummond for the question and his comments. Let's look at C-11. There's a great deal of difference between a bill that looks into what people are allowed to access and what should their freedom of speech should be, what should the government be able to control on YouTube and Facebook. And when we talk about the cost of groceries, 2 million people in a few months have gone to food banks. We have an opportunity in C-234 to tell the Senate And we already said in the House of Commons that we're entitled to the powers of taxation and to grant tax credits. That's $1 billion for our farmers. This is an opportunity to make sure that people can eat this Christmas. We have time for very brief questions of 20 or 25 seconds. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Today we're supposed to be debating Ukraine and the right to a free trade deal with the Conservatives oppose. We hear about Democratic Conservative senators like Larry Smith, Leo Husakos, Bagman, Pamela Wallin. You know, I would use my Yiddish favorite phrase, this man can't count to two.
15 or 20 seconds, the Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, to respond to that ridiculous statement, I just want to wish him a happy defeat in the next election when the people of Timmins James Bay send him packing. And I hope that he enjoys his retirement.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Just before giving him the floor, I would ask for a little bit of decorum in the House. Thank you, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I'd like to start off by providing a comment in regards to the type of leadership that we're seeing coming out of the Conservative Party today. Canadians need to be very much aware of that. And by the way, I will be sharing my time with my friend and colleague from Kingston and the Isles, Mr. Speaker. And I must say, that it is disturbing. I often make reference to it being the far right. You know, if you take a look in terms of someone like former President Donald Trump and the way in which he catered to the far right in the U.S. That's right. And what I'm seeing more and more is the current leader of the Conservative Party adopting that extreme right Donald Trump style. Mr. Speaker, and we all need to be concerned about that. And there's a different way of the Conservative Party in terms of how it is that they will put that conservative spin and try to make things a little bit, well, I want to be parliamentary, Mr. Speaker, deviates from the truth at times, if I can put it that way, and I'm being exceptionally kind. Today, what we're seeing from the Donald Trump party across the way is they have now put in yet another motion, a motion of concurrence. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that they've actually done it on the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. We had to force them through the process of getting it out of second reading, Mr. Speaker. And if you recall, that happened on several occasions.
Le règlement, l'honorable député.
As a member of Public Accounts and a Public Accounts geek, I've read all 3 volumes, page after page. None of it that the colleague across the way has been talking about has anything to do with the Public Accounts, Volume 1, 2, or 3.
On the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the same point of order, Conservatives obviously don't want to talk about this, and that's clear. But, Mr. Speaker, what the member is talking about is specifically about the motive as to why Conservatives have tabled this motion. The motion isn't even actually the report itself. The motion is that we just concur in the report. So I think it is extremely germane that the member has the opportunity to express why he believes the Conservatives are trying to block this piece of legislation.
I would remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that indeed there needs to be a connection with the motion at hand and the report. But of course the interpretation of that is fairly broad in scope. Please go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I suspect that point of order will be deducted from my time. Mr. Speaker, it is important to recognize that the previous speakers talked at great length about the price on pollution, which coincidentally is the red herring that they are using in terms of voting against the Canada-Ukraine agreement, even though Ukraine currently has a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. There is a direct link in terms of the behavior that the Conservative Party has been expressing and sharing with us and the way in which they've been preventing this Ukraine-Canada trade agreement from ultimately passing.
So you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, we don't want the price on pollution and argue that for the last half hour, and then say, I can't deal with the argument of the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement based on the fact that the Conservatives don't want the price on pollution incorporated into the Canada trade.
Rappel au règlement.
Having read the public accounts, it does cover the price on pollution. It clearly shows that the government is taking more than they're actually distributing to taxpayers, but that is in the public accounts. The free trade agreement is not. I ask you to bring the member to order.
J'invite le secrétaire parlementaire à poursuivre son discours. Il lui reste 7 minutes.
7 minutes left. Please continue your speech, and the time has been deducted.
Mr. Speaker, as you can see, the Conservatives are very sensitive on this issue. And I can appreciate why, Mr. Speaker, because there's no doubt, if you're, especially out from the prairies, you know, one has got to be concerned in regards to the reckless behavior of the Conservative leader today. He is, in essence, mandating every Conservative MP to vote against a trade agreement that is going to have a profound negative impact in terms of how it is many Canadians are going to perceive the Conservative Party today because of the mixed messaging. Mr. Speaker, even the chair or the president of the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress, and maybe members of the Conservative Party are not aware of this. It was actually a letter that was addressed to the leader of the Conservative Party. And I won't read the entire letter, Mr. Speaker, but I will read a part that's very relevant to all members, because one needs to keep in mind the reason why we're debating what we're debating today is because the Conservatives do not want to be able to vote on this issue. The issue is this, and I will quote, Mr. Speaker, directly from the letter. The UCC therefore asked that the official opposition revisit their position on Bill C-57 and vote to support the bill in third reading. Mr. Speaker, that's what we were supposed to be doing today. We were supposed to be voting on the report stage that would ultimately see it go to third reading. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, it's twofold. One is they bring up the issue of the price on pollution and food affordability, something we've had a great deal of discussion on this past week, and we're going to continue to have that discussion, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt about that. But today, the Conservative Party of Canada has taken a measure to prevent, once again, an important piece of legislation from being able to be voted on, Mr. Speaker. And I find that very unfortunate. And I am not alone, as I ultimately believe it's not only people of Ukrainian heritage, but all Canadians will see through the games that is being played. So when the Conservatives talk about the price on food or the cost of food, let's recognize that one of the reasons why Canada has some of the lowest food costs in the world is because of things like our trade agreements, Mr. Speaker. Our trade agreements provide opportunities in many, many different ways. I have often talked about the trade benefits in the province of Manitoba on many commodities, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's from canola to peas to pigs, all sorts of farm-produced products. This is a government that has consistently supported our farming communities, our rural communities, Mr. Speaker, because we recognize and value the many contributions that they not only do within the community and Canada, but throughout the world. And much of that is achieved by the status that Canada has brought forward through the many trade agreements that we have signed off on, Mr. Speaker. No government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements than this current Prime Minister and this government, because we understand and appreciate the true value for all Canadians on trade agreements. And that's why it is stunning
It is a shock to see the Conservative Party and the positioning that they are taking on the Canada-Ukraine modernization agreement, Mr. Speaker. It is not acceptable. This is something that we would expect to see out of the MAGA conservatives in the United States, that far-right element. And that's why I'm saying you have that Donald Trump element kind of seeping into the, forget seeping, they're in the conservative leadership, Mr. Speaker, across the way today. And that's why we have the leader of the Conservative Party now instructing his members to vote against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. And I find that that is completely unacceptable, and one of the reasons why I will continue to tell whomever is listening that this Conservative Party is reckless and it is not worth the risk. And we've seen that amplified today by the behavior of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. Even if we would have passed through and not had the debate in regards to the Canada-Ukraine deal, we are then supposed to go on to S9. S9 deals with the Convention of Chemical Weapons, Mr. Speaker. And this will be the second day. We just brought it in, and we had to do it through the Senate, Mr. Speaker. This is the second day in which we've brought it forward in hopes to get it debated. The last time, it was on Wednesday. On Wednesday, the Conservative Party brought in another concurrence motion in order to prevent S9 from being debated. You know, draw a couple lines and see where that brings you, Mr. Speaker, because on S9, I don't think Russia would be very supportive of it. Because if not directly, indirectly, there's some very strong links that are there. And that's the reason why, once again, I would suggest to you that we do need to take a look. Listen to what Canadians are saying. Listen to what some of the stakeholders, like the Ukrainian Congress, are saying. You know, earlier I had asked if I could table the letter that was sent to the leader of the Conservative Party. And now I hope that they will ask for the leader to see a copy of it. Read the letter. Understand what it is that you're doing, because it's not right, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Or Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Before I begin, I just want to recognize that there was a tragic car accident, I believe 2 days ago, in Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou that took the life of a young volleyball player and injured multiple others. So I just want to take a brief moment of silence, send my condolences to all those who are suffering, and may eternal light shine upon that young man. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to my colleague's speech, and what really troubles me is this, from the whole narrative. I'll say it right here. Vladimir Putin is a thug, he is a dictator, and I am fully on the side of Ukrainians. Now, we could talk about a vote. We could talk about a vote and why we are doing what we're doing. But to say that I am pro-Russia is deeply offensive. This is a time when we need to be united, and we can talk about the debates, but to say that is highly irresponsible.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the member should do is tell his leader what he just finished saying to the chamber. Why did he vote against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, Mr. Speaker? You can't have it both ways. Don't go around saying, "Oh, I'm pro-Ukraine and so forth. I'm not pro-Russia," and then vote against the Ukraine trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. Who do you think that helps? Do you really think that helps the people of Ukraine? Yeah. Do you really think that helps the people of Canada in terms of trade agreements? The Conservative Party has voted in favor of every other trade agreement except for this one, Mr. Speaker. Why? Why haven't they done that? Because they come up with some sort of a red herring? Because that's all it is?
So instead of telling this House, he should tell the leader of the Conservative Party what he just finished saying to the House. And maybe the leader of the Conservative Party will understand that they have the wrong position on this issue.
Bon, je demanderai évidemment un peu de décorum.
I would like to ask for some decorum in this House. I would ask the honourable members to show some decorum.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. First of all, it's the first time that through you I've been able to speak to the member for Winnipeg North, and I'd like to say that I'm sorry that the Blue Bombers lost to the Alouettes. But right now we're talking about protecting Canada's food system. And yes, of course, the question of Ukraine is important when it comes to inputs. Now, at the other end of the supply chain, I feel like Canada doesn't do enough for our farmers because, indeed, the effect of what happened in Ukraine has increased costs. There has been climate change. We've had drought. Farmers are struggling. And they're not even seeing the emergency fund reimbursement put off by 1 year to give them a bit more liquidity. This federal government is pushing them into financial difficulties. These rural farmers have so much difficulty making ends meet. I'd like to hear from my colleague about the importance of helping our farmers so we can protect the Canadian food system.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm still hurting a little bit about that loss, you know. But I'm glad that was Montreal and it was a great game. And, when we're talking about food security, Pure Later is a big supporter of the CFL, donates tons of food, and I think it's a wonderful thing for them to be doing. And just compliment the CFL and the organization in making a hugely successful Grey Cup game, and both teams played exceptionally well. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think that at the end of the day, that there's a number of measures in which the government has taken to both support our farming community, along with consumers, whether it's direct subsidies in the form of rebates or grants to see expansion and diversification in our communities.
On a le temps pour une question de...
A 30-second question. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for making very clear and very certain as to the activities of this place and what we should be debating, which is the free trade agreement with Ukraine, an ally of Canada, a country that currently is at war. Warmonger Putin will be unrelenting in his campaign against the Ukrainian people. That's why time is so of the essence. Would the members please speak to how important this bill is to Ukraine, it is to Ukrainians here at home, and what message today's lack of debate on this represents to them?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire a 20 secondes pour répondre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly wish I had enough time to really give a good explanation as just how important this legislation is, because you have to go back to 2014, from my perspective, with the EU, when Ukraine wanted to be able to expand trade relations with the European Union and wanted to have trade agreements with Canada. It is such a critical thing to do. Hopefully we'll be able to get that legislation passed soon, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable leader adjoint du gouvernement.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I am absolutely disgusted with what we're seeing unfold today here in the House of Commons. Just for those that are watching at home and those that might be tuning in, I think it's important to understand what happened here today. Now, Madam Speaker, we put forward an order paper. On that order paper says what we plan to debate during the day. Conservatives would have seen on that order paper that we were taking the report back from committee with respect to Bill C-57, the Ukraine-Canada Free Trade Agreement. They knew that it was our intention to debate this today, and for the fourth or fifth or maybe even sixth time, they have once again used a concurrence motion to shut down debate on something they are absolutely afraid of talking about. And I find it even most egregious, Mr. Speaker, that this comes the day after the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress published an open letter to the Leader of the Opposition where they said the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress was disappointed to see the official opposition vote against the adoption of the Bill C-57, the implementation which would modernize the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. Ukraine needs assistance in strengthening economic resilience. Ukraine's government has stressed the modernization of this agreement would play an important role in this regard. The Ukrainian Canadian Congress therefore asks the official opposition to revisit their position on Bill C-57 and vote to support the bill in the third reading. Hear, hear. They knew this was coming. They put forward this particular concurrence motion the day after the Ukrainian Canadian Congress published this open letter. There are two red herrings on this matter, Madam Speaker, that I want to talk about. The first is the price on pollution, the carbon tax, and the Conservatives' so-called reasoning for not supporting this. I'll remind this House, you don't have to go that far back in the debates, Madam Speaker, to see that they never talked about the price on pollution. They never talked about the carbon tax the entire time that we first started debating this. They used every reason not to. As a matter of fact, the first time I gave a speech on this, Madam Speaker, I stood in this exact same position and spoke about it as though it was just a foregone conclusion that this entire House was going to support it. I stood here and I talked about it for 10 minutes, and then I sat down, and the member from Cumberland Colchester stood up and he started to talk about the agreement as though it was a woke legislation. I couldn't believe it. Almost fell off my... Go back and review the tape, Madam Speaker. I stood up in shock. I didn't know what was going on. And then we start to find out little bits of information start to make their way forward. Turns out that member and 4 other Conservatives traveled on a trip in June to London, where they had meetings with people who also sponsored some of their travel from the Danube Institute, a right-wing Hungarian think tank that has coincidentally also referred to the Canadian and Western approach towards Ukraine as being woke. Then they show up back here a couple months later and they start parroting the exact same information from that particular organization. So it's not a far stretch to understand why they're in this position. That's the first red herring. The second red herring, the newly developed one that just came out of committee a couple days ago, was when Conservatives tried to put forward amendments about arms. And the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan kept saying, what Ukraine needs, Ukraine needs this. What Ukraine needs, Madam Speaker, is for Conservatives to start listening to them when they say they want this agreement. What Ukraine needs, Madam Speaker, is for Conservatives to listen to the Ukrainian Canadian Congress when they say, we want this agreement. What Ukraine doesn't need, Madam Speaker, are Vladimir Putin and the Conservatives telling them what they need. That's not what they need. They need Conservatives to listen to them. And now they put it in an open letter that they just distributed yesterday. And once again, same tactics by the Conservatives. 2 red herrings, and it's a red herring because I reminded the committee members when I was there earlier this week, I said, you know, funny, because there's $500 million in the 2022 budget for arms for Ukraine. You voted against that. Yeah. But even if you can somehow justify, well, we're the opposition, we have to vote against the budget. I went back and looked at the speeches from the 4 members who were in that committee, and not a single one of them actually spoke about those arms during the budget debate. It's a red herring after red herring, looking for reasons not to support it.
I have the honourable member for Edmonton, Centre to
couple
point
items.
of order.
One,
yes.
Relevance. If the member wants to speak on the free trade, then he can speak on the free trade when that bill comes up. Not 1 second as he referred to public accounts. Further, the Speaker has made a ruling very clearly in this House repeatedly about such comments that he made, suggesting that we are supportive of the ruthless dictator Putin. We clearly not, Madam Speaker. I ask you to bring this member back to the topic, but to end this rant and the hate against an unparliamentary language.
On the same point of order, the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Government.
Madam Speaker, what we're debating right now is a concurrence motion of a report. We're not even debating the report. We're debating we're debating whether or not this motion should be concurred in. I'm speaking directly to the procedure as to why I think Conservatives are using this motion right now. I am extremely relevant on my points, Madam Speaker.
Member to touch on the yes, as I saw the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. I'm coming, but I do invite the member to try to refer to parts of the relevance of the The motion we're debating, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as you know, in terms of procedure and traditions in this House, when a party is blocking legislation, and in this case it's the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement that the Conservatives are blocking by their procedural delays, that is perfectly legitimate to be part of the debate. Not only the procedural motion that is blocking the Canada-Ukraine trade deal that the Conservatives are opposing, but also, yet, of course, the fact that they have moved this procedural motion to block the Canada-Ukraine trade deal. It's a perfectly legitimate point of debate.
We are entering on debate on the point of order, but I will give the Honourable Member for Edmonton West. The Honourable Member wants to comment on it? No? Duly noted, and I've invited the member to bring some relevance to his comments, but it is true that we are on a concurrence debate and not necessarily. Yes, the Honourable Member for Edmonton. The member's referring
language, please.
Yes, to be wary of using comments that the Speaker has already judged inappropriate.
Madam Speaker, I have not said anything that is not factually true. The reality is that
the Honourable Member for Edmonton West
ruled on this issue, and I ask that you enforce the rules of this House. It's ridiculous. This member should be ashamed. He repeatedly pushes this garbage upon this House.
The Honourable Member was referring to certain events, and that I think that is the point of what the Honourable Member is going to raise now.
Resume when you're ready.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, I just wanted to reiterate, Madam Speaker, it is perfectly legitimate to point out Conservatives are now blocking. They moved from opposing to now blocking the Canada-Ukraine trade deal. Right.
Okay, we're getting into really debating on the point of order of a concurrence motion. So we are going back to the concurrence motion at hand. The Honourable Member has 5 minutes to finish his speech.
Madam Speaker, Vladimir Putin has tried to tell Ukraine what they need, and the world finds that to be incredibly offensive. When I sat in the Trade Committee earlier this week, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, tried to tell the rest of Canada what he believes Ukraine needs. My only point, Madam Speaker, was to say that Ukraine doesn't need either Vladimir Putin or the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, or any Conservative member to tell them what they need. They are very capable of telling us what they need. And what they've told us that they need, Madam Speaker, is for Conservatives to start supporting them, because Conservatives are not supporting them. I recognize the fact that this member and many other members feel really uncomfortable about this, and I encourage him to bring it up in his caucus meeting and to start talking about, hey guys, why aren't we supporting Ukraine? Why do we have this? Why are we coming up with these red herrings to try to make it reasons for not doing it? And my point to that, Madam Speaker, is to tell you that I believe that the reason why they are doing this, Madam Speaker, is because there are elements within their caucus that support these alt-right narratives that encourage the world to turn against Ukraine. Madam Speaker, I'm going to tell you, Madam Speaker. Don't even take it just from me. Don't take it just from me. Take it from the Leader of the Opposition's very own supporters. It's funny, Madam Speaker. I published a poll on Twitter not that long ago where I said, do you support the Leader of the Opposition importing mega politics into Canada? 91% of the respondents, over 20,000 respondents, said yes. People don't have to look for.
I am going to remind the Honourable Member that one of the rules of this House is to not to cause disruption, and we are having a debate on a concurrence motion. I would invite the member to bring to it, because I am seeing a lot of disruption in the House, and I really do not stand for it. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, where is the disruption coming from? Is the disruption coming from me pointing certain things out and people feeling uncomfortable about them? Yes, that's very possible. All I'm trying to say, Madam Speaker, is that I know for a fact, based on polling that I've done on social media, where it is very well understood and regarded that a lot of the member from Carleton, his supporters are all over my Twitter feed, and they voted, 91% of them said, over 20,000 votes said they support MAGA politics. I am not even trying to draw a loose link here. I am giving you a direct result. Conservative supporters, a lot of them support the alt-right movement. And as a result, these conservatives don't want to put themselves in a position where they could possibly lose some of those supporters to Maxime Bernier. That's what's going on here. Everything else is a red herring, Madam Speaker. I think Canadians can see through it. I think Ukrainians can see through it. I think the Canadian Congress can see through it. It's becoming extremely clear to Canadians that conservatives have turned their backs on Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, I'm just going to remind the honourable members of the Speaker's ruling yesterday, and I'm quoting. Going forward, I would ask all members to stay away from such inflammatory statements and to not attempt to make such provocative associations. Neglecting to do so may result in a member being cut off by the Speaker and a withdrawal being insisted upon. So just to bring it fresh to everyone's mind, to try to stick to the object of the discussions. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Carrier, on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, in light of what you just said, and in light of what this member has just done, speaking about playing to alt-right people and that the Conservative Party is therefore trying to play to pro-Russian elements, that is completely germane to what you just raised, and he should be withdrawing that statement.
Shame.
I've just reminded everyone of what the Speaker ruled yesterday, and I would like members to kindly keep that in mind. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for, from King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, does this member realize, the way I was raised, you don't kick someone when they're down. That's exactly what this Liberal NDP government is doing to the Ukrainian people. I'm speaking.
Other members to allow the member to finish her thoughts.
Stop bullying women, Peter.
Feminist guy could stop yelling at the Conservative.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan has the floor. She is asking a question of the member who just spoke, and I would welcome all members to be attentive to what the Honourable Member is asking. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you. So I'm asking the member across the way, because I don't want him to have a heart attack. It sounds like he's really emotional. Could this Liberal NDP government explain to the Ukrainian people who have been devastated by this war why they have to absorb an additional cost? We are for the Ukrainian people. We're not for incurring a devastating cost to them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Government.
Ukraine already has a carbon tax. They have since 2011. It was part of getting into the European market. So to suggest...
The Honourable... If the same respect has to be given to both sides. The Honourable Government House Deputy House Leader.
What a ludicrous defense they have. They're trying to suggest that we're imposing something on Ukraine that they already have. But to make matters even worse, the Ukrainian president is asking for this. He came to this country. He signed the deal with the Prime Minister. I get a kick out of it when she says we're trying to kick somebody when they're down. That's literally what they're doing to Ukrainians right now.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for the Pontigny. Yes, there are ties between Ukraine and food security because wars help food security in no way at all. Not only war, Madam Speaker, but also climate change. So if I get back to what happened in Quebec over the summer, farmers were hit very hard by the impacts of floods, and they are calling for help from Ottawa, emergency help. It was called for in August. Now it's December, and no assistance has been provided by Ottawa. So I'd like to hear my colleague tell us about that.
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member is absolutely right that climate change is going to impact farmers probably more than anybody else. When you think about it, where we used to at one time be able to grow certain crops in the world, we won't be able to. And suddenly in other areas, we will be able to. This is a result of climate change. I strongly believe that this government, Madam Speaker, has been there for farmers, will continue to be there for farmers, to provide them with the supports that they need, in particular as it relates to climate change. The trumped up rhetoric come from the other side about a carbon tax and or a price on pollution is absolutely just that. Of course, they always neglect to tell Canadians about the rebate that they get out of that, which puts 8 out of 10 Canadians in a better position compared to what they spent on the carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives chose to vote against the Canada-Ukraine trade deal on the day of dignity and freedom, the 10th anniversary of the Ukrainians reclaiming their democracy, profoundly symbolic, and yet the Conservatives repudiated support for Ukraine. Following that, the President of the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress, representing 1.5 million Canadians of Ukrainian origin, asked the official opposition to revisit their position on Bill C-57 and vote to support the bill in third reading. The reply from the Conservatives has been now to block fully the legislation before this House, to block any attempt to provide support to Ukraine. So I wanted to ask my colleague, what are the ramifications of the Conservatives doubling down, first repudiating Ukraine on their day of dignity and freedom, and now blocking any attempt to provide support through the Canada-Ukraine trade deal?
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
It leaves me speechless, Madam Speaker. You know, 8 years ago, when I was a new member of Parliament, I traveled on the Defence Committee to study Operations Reassurance and Unifier with the Defence Committee. Members from the Conservatives were there. The member from Pembroke was there. The member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman was there. They cared about Ukraine. They talked as though they were there to support Ukraine. Now, all of a sudden, they're absolutely silent. The member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman, I don't doubt his commitment to Ukraine. What I have a problem with is how he's being influenced by the Leader of the Opposition and the alt-right fraction of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives want to talk about a report that the Standing Committee on Public Accounts studied nearly 2 years ago on food safety in the Federation. Even though the Conservatives probably have some hidden motivations, well, contrary to people who like to play partisan games here, I'm happy to talk about food safety because this is a report that was produced over 2 years ago, but it's still a topical issue. Yes, a G7 country that is, well, there are still food security issues in Quebec and Canada today. So the report revealed shortcomings in a fundamental aspect of a self-respecting state's mission to prevent its people from not having enough food. It's no coincidence that the base of Maslow's pyramid rests on sufficient food. I know my colleague from Beauport, Limoilou, will be pleased that I mentioned Maslow's pyramid. It's not by chance that food riots overthrew many a monarchy in the not-too-distant past. Not that we would want to continue with Canada's monarchy, but food security is the primary issue. So let's look at what the report indicates, what it tells us as well about the Liberal way of governing. So the Auditor General's findings. First, the government in 2009 designated food as a critical infrastructure sector. That was set out in 2009, and yet the government had not prepared an emergency program for crises in the food sector. The pandemic happened in 2020. In 2009, food security was deemed to be super important. 11 years later, nothing. No plan, nothing to prepare the country for a crisis. 2. The Auditor General found that although Gender-Based Analysis Plus, GBA Plus, and Sustainable Development were taken into consideration when designing each program, The responsible departments and agencies were not always able to assess gender and diversity outcomes, and the program's contribution to sustainable development was not always clear. Surprise once again. We see what's important for the government in a crisis. It's not sustainable development, women, sexual minorities, or others. Third point. Responsible departments and agencies had several follow-up controls for the implementation of emergency food programs and ensured that funds were spent as indicated. However, it was found that there were inconsistencies in program design, resulting in inequitable treatment of applicants and recipients from one region to another. I'll get back to that, Madam Speaker. When the pandemic hit, the government decided to act on food security. It was a crisis. It created an emergency fund with different programs to address food security throughout the land. There were criteria that were set out to spend that money, especially for organizations that receive that money. Surprise, certain organizations did not meet the criteria, and yet they still received government money. Why? Because it was a crisis, Madam Speaker. Money had to be distributed rapidly, but no, they're doing the same thing with Boeing, Madam Speaker. Fourth point. It was also found that each program had contributed to mitigating some of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on elements of the Canadian food system. However, due to shortcomings in their information gathering procedures, the responsible departments and agencies were unable to show that they had achieved their objectives in relation to all of the results they expected to achieve in terms of reducing food insecurity or fostering the resilience of processing businesses in the agriculture and agri-food and fish and seafood sectors. So what we found out is that once again, there was no mechanism to ensure that the organizations that received sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars had accomplished their goals or not. Great. Fantastic. So, let's get back to the issue of the organizations chosen for those emergency funds. The organization that was chosen for Quebec, for the great nation of Quebec, did not meet the criteria. It was the Table des Chefs. The ministry invited them to apply for available funding rather than have an open call for all. That sounds pretty familiar this week. That sounds quite familiar. Makes me think of Boeing. So the department's reasons, and I've asked questions about this, these are established organizations with extensive networks throughout Canada, and they are financially robust. The first thing we see when we look at the accounts of this organizations, they received money from the Canadian Business Emergency Account. Robust financial health? I don't think so. So what were the criteria, Madam Speaker, to give out hundreds of millions of dollars from an emergency fund? It's hard to conceive of. How is it possible to receive emergency funding and take part in such a large program at the same time? Well, once again, no surprise. These are Liberal government habits. When the Liberal government gives $9 billion out without a call for tender, and they say the decision hasn't been made yet, well, that's what they're doing. They are leaving aside during a crisis or during a time of need. They are setting aside what they don't think is important. This time, it's the economy of Quebec, clearly set aside in favor of an arrangement with an American company in a sole source contract, just like we see in this report. Madam Speaker, I said earlier, food insecurity is still present, crisis after crisis. I don't know how long it will take the government to realize that food security is an important topic. That now we've moved past the pandemic, but we are in an inflationary crisis now. So let's look at what the Auditor General wrote in her report. It's not very different now, unfortunately. According to a study conducted in May 2020 by Statistics Canada, the rate of food insecurity among the Canadian population increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was 10.5%, nearly 3.1 million people, according to a 2017-2018 survey. This rate reached 14.6%, nearly 4.4 million people in May 2020. The study also revealed that the rate of food insecurity was even higher among households with children, rising to 19.2%, nearly 1 in 5 households, and reached 28.4% among people absent from work due to business closure, layoff, or personal circumstances attributable to the pandemic. That was in 2020, Madam Speaker. What do we see? Currently, the situation is practically the same. This year, we have a meteoric rise in the price of basic necessities. The federal government simply let the normal course of the economy take over without intervening in any concrete way. Take, for example, the near 10% increase in food prices. The result? 1 in 5 Canadians is reducing the size of meals, and 1 in 10 Quebecers is using a food bank. Food banks, Madam Speaker. Once again, this report is from 2021, with numbers from 2020, and in 2023, almost 2024, we're still talking about food insecurity and food banks. 1 Quebecer in 10. 4 years later, what we see, with no investments made at this level, the government might need to start thinking about moving forward and taking action. Because in 2019, the Liberals pledged to introduce a national school nutrition program. In 2019, promises, we've seen crises, but there's still nothing 4 years later. No national school program so that children can have a full belly at school. They're just asked to go to school, and they go and they're hungry, and that's unacceptable in a self-respecting country. So, Madam Speaker, while children go to school hungry, their parents don't know how they'll pay for the next grocery bill, and food insecurity is on the rise. What are we learning? That this government is still setting federal standards that ignore local particularities, and that after years of delays, it is still unable to guarantee its constituents a minimum level of food security in the event of a disaster. It hasn't even thought of including First Nations in the process, even though it's obvious that isolated communities would be the first victims of a major disruption in the food supply. How many more crises will it take before the government starts to finally plan for the future? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay,
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, point of order? Yes. Madam Speaker, consultations have been held on the following point. I think that if you ask for it, you will receive unanimous consent for the following. That notwithstanding the usual practices of this House, I ask for unanimous consent to table a petition. All those who oppose what the Honourable Member has proposed will please say nay.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Agreed. L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with a great deal of feeling that I am going to table the most important petition in the history of this Parliament. There are 246,000 signatures of Quebecers and Canadians following the October 7th attack, where many Israelis were killed and taken hostage. The IDF have bombed the Gaza Strip indiscriminately. 15,000 Palestinians have been killed, including 6,000 children, and many, many more have been injured and will live with that for the rest of their lives. 246,000 people are calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and asking for the blockade to be lifted, are calling on Israel to respect its obligations under international humanitarian law, and that Canada take all necessary measures to protect civilians in Israel and Palestine and contribute to creating a climate that will lead to a lasting peace. Madam Speaker, 246,000 Quebecers and Canadians have spoken. I think the government needs to listen. I thank the Honourable Member. We have a few minutes for questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne.
Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, one of the ways to address the food insecurity is through the strengthening of the Canadian agriculture sector and the agri-food processing sector. This is one sector of our economy which has always used the free trade agreements and made Canada the 5th largest exporters in the world. Does the member agree that strengthening the modernized free trade agreement with Ukraine will go a long way to further strengthen the Canadian agriculture sector, the equipment and machinery manufacturing sector which supplies to agriculture industry, and the food processing sector, who can work with rebuilding Ukraine and also provide for the prosperity of Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, our position has always been clear, and I thank my colleague for the question. Our position has always been clear. We support a free trade agreement with Ukraine as long as the interests of Quebecers are respected. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. A very brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Microphone, please. In the spirit of public accounts, are we doing enough for our farmers? It's easy to look internationally, and inputs is a major issue. That's changed over the past 2 years. She was telling us that this report was produced 2 years ago, but are we doing enough for our farmers? And I'm thinking of those who've asked for the emergency account. Do they not need more assistance, Madam Speaker? Thank you to my honourable colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue for his great question. We are not doing enough for our friends in agriculture. We know that this is a sector that has suffered a lot. We've talked about the cost of inputs. We've talked about climate change that has affected harvests. But there's also the CIBA, the Union des Producteurs Agricoles, has highlighted that there needed to be a 1-year delay for the CIBA repayment to assist the farming sector, and that's what we are calling for. Thank you. It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now look at private members' business based on the order indicated. Orders of the day.
Today, private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-353, Foreign Hostage Takers Accountability Act, bill standing in the name of Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman, seconded by Mr. Manjupatar, moves that Bill C-353, an act to provide for the imposition of restrictive measures against foreign hostage takers and those who practice arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations, and to make related amendments to the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Debate. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a first for me as I stand here to speak to my own private member's bill, the Foreign Hostage Takers Accountability Act. And I'll start with the fact that we are very blessed to live in a nation at which, in its core, values human rights, justice, equality, and the rule of law. These are the principles that define who we are as a people, the story we have written thus far, and the kind of country that we want to protect and, frankly, build up. These are also the principles that are shared by many, but they are certainly not universal or even widespread around the world. There are still many places today where basic human rights are not recognized, where they are under attack, and where simply being a Canadian can put you in grave danger. When I proposed this legislation, the events of October 7th were not even within the realm of imagination. The brutal attack and subsequent hostage-taking by Hamas terrorists of innocent civilians on a holiday Saturday have cast an undeniable light on the power of hostage-taking, even thousands of miles away. The events we bear witness to almost daily in the news as we watch the slow return, or we watched the slow return of innocent civilians who were viciously torn away from their homes and their families, those at least whose fate wasn't outright murder, impact the stability of our own country and the course of fellow democracies around the world. Virtually every Democratic administration on the U.S. side of the border, from Carter to Reagan, to here at home, from Harper to our current government, has to cope with the wounds inflicted upon them by state and non-state hostage-taking, which tilted our histories, the histories of both of our nations. The events of October 7th set a new precedent that is being watched very carefully by the most malevolent forces on earth, which happen to despise Canada no less than they do any other democracy of freedom-loving people. There has never been a comparable incident in numbers and in systemic nature which has involved Canadians, in which hostages as young as 10 months old and as old as 85 have been taken in an unusually ruthless way. These hostages have subsequently become the focus of international hatred and violence in the streets of virtually every Western city everywhere in the world. And while the October 7th attack isn't the focus today, it cannot be ignored. The last 2 months opened a new chapter in hostage-taking that has proven to be a serious security threat in the world, with the power not just to change it for the victims, who must live forever with the consequences and the trauma, but also the internal dynamics of sovereign countries. Every malevolent force on earth has taken note of just how much power this hostage-taking has provided for its perpetrators.
That's right.
How we respond is truly going to matter on how others will act, and our legislation must be adjusted accordingly. In a world that is increasingly authoritarian, increasingly unsafe, and frankly unstable, the threat of hostage-taking presents a real and pressing danger. Faced with these challenges, the importance of having comprehensive, up-to-date, modern legislation to prevent and mitigate hostage-taking situations must be a priority. It must be something that we think about. The truth is that most legislation dealing with terrorism generally only comes in the aftermath of the most egregious terrorist events. Virtually every major terrorism-related UN resolution or domestic law was only in response to the specific events which compelled injured international communities into changing the rules regarding terrorism. Every leap in international and domestic law was forced on Western democracies by the imaginative murderers of Al-Qaeda or ISIS or anyone of their ilk. Canada has always and should always rise to defend civil liberties and freedoms wherever and whenever they have been challenged. On the beaches of Normandy, in the jungles of Rwanda, and in the deserts of Afghanistan, we must ensure that we can continue to rise to that occasion. And we must ensure that we can protect the innocent lives and assert our values as a nation. That is why I've introduced this bill. If passed, this act would strengthen Canada's ability to deter, to minimize, and to resolve instances where Canadians are taken hostage abroad. It would increase government power to levy sanctions, establish more support for families, and provide incentives for global cooperation. It would be a vital tool in Canada's arsenal, helping us continue to protect the lives and the rights of Canadians taken hostage or arbitrarily detained. It would provide valuable support here at home and to the loved ones of hostages who endured long periods of sacrifice and extreme stress. And we have seen that. We have seen that in recent cases. The bill is not a silver bullet by any means to prevent and solve such incidents, but it is a necessary bullet in our arsenal as a democracy in order to deal with the bad actors more effectively and to limit the danger that they can inflict on our country. Reviewing a list of Canadian hostages taken abroad in recent years reaffirms this phenomenon. Nigeria, Mali, Pakistan, Haiti, the Philippines, and of course, the one that is in recent memory that affected 2 Canadians who sat in this gallery, the 2 Michaels in China. In fact, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development studied complex consular cases in 2018, recommending unanimously that Canada should provide greater support to families and hostages and establish a more transparent information sharing structure. Many of those recommendations informed and influenced this bill. I have worked in this space as a staffer in the prior government in the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And what I saw versus what Canada could say and do, there's a gap there. And I've decided to use the time as a parliamentarian here finally in this House to address that gap so that Canadians feel safe wherever and whatever situation they might find themselves in. Many of my colleagues reached out to me in recent days with questions, which I take as a positive sign. But if they have questions, it means that others might have questions too. So first, I should make clear that this does not change Canada's current and long-standing policy of not paying ransom. We do not and should not ever provide financial rewards to those who seek to kidnap, imprison, or otherwise harm our citizens. The proposed incentives in this bill are not a repudiation of that principle. Rather, it is an extension from the Foreign Affairs report that these incentives will promote greater collaboration between government and innocent third parties, NGOs, and others, so that we can do everything possible to bring our loved ones home, to bring our Canadian citizens home. Second, I should say that hostage-taking and arbitrary detention are not the same thing. Hostage-taking is a form of arbitrary detention. However, it goes further because it includes threats of physical violence or even murder if certain conditions are not met. In other words, the element of extortion is present in hostage-taking, and extortion is a grave threat to our entire country. The decisions that we make, how we do business, our governance. Arbitrary detention in state-to-state relationships occurs when an individual is arbitrarily arrested or detained to compel action or exercise leverage of a foreign government. I hope that provides some clarity so that we can move forward into making this a new reality in Canada. I'd also like to thank a few key people and groups who have played a critical role in advancing this idea all the way to the floor of the House of Commons to present to you here, Madam Speaker. First, Sarah Teach and Danny Eisen and Cheryl Sapieria and Stacey Granowski for their work on the issue, long-standing work on the issue, this legislation, and on behalf of what they do for Canadians at Secure Canada. Strong advocates such as my friend Irwin Cotler, one of Canada's greatest advocates for human rights. The support from groups like the Iranian Justice Collective, Muslims Facing Tomorrow, Muslims Against Anti-Semitism, the Greater Toronto Kurdish House, synagogues, churches, Hong Kong Watch, the Uyghur Rights Advocacy Project, just to name a few, and of course, my own staff who have worked on multiple iterations of something that is long in my brain and in the brain of some of my colleagues to make that a reality and bring it through this process. You can never underestimate how much work goes into that process. These organizations, advocacy partners, and our own staff understand that this concept needs to be ensconced in law, because that is the way that democracies establish our values and what actually matters. Statements that we've heard over the last number of years simply do not cut it anymore. That's what we've become very good at in this country in far too many instances. I will be slightly crass for a moment and say that we don't just declare our objectives to things like child abuse or intimate partner violence. We legislate them. We establish them as truths of our value system through law. And law is the last arena in which we have that we can level the playing field against those forces, including the hordes gathering around the world that are currently applauding the dismemberment of babies and the rape and mutilation of women and children. They will inevitably be back to applaud such other atrocities against those they consider deserving. There is simply no way, given the millions of trips that Canadians take every year and the tens of thousands of Canadians living outside of the country in dangerous places, that the Government of Canada, regardless of its politics, regardless of who sits in that seat, will be left unscathed by this. This bill is about protecting Canada as much as it is about protecting Canadians. It is about protecting the sovereignty of the Canadian government and the lives of Canadian citizens. Voting against it will delight the hostage takers around the world. And I ask this House to please not give them that satisfaction, particularly after what we have seen in the last 2 months around the world. Every Canadian deserves to be safe and secure. They deserve a government who can help them when things go wrong. And anything that we can do to make that a reality, I think is worth doing. And anything that we can do to make sure that we bring Canadians home safely needs to be done. And I hope that all of my colleagues from across all parties will support this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Agriculture and Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the member mentioned that she previously worked in the Minister of Foreign Affairs in a previous government, and she said she identified some gaps. Just be curious to find out what the particular bill is in addressing the gaps that she's outlined.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bill has effectively three pieces. It's got a dedicated sanctions mechanism that we can impose on other countries. It would increase support to families, which has been a big gap that was identified, making sure that the Canadian government is communicating and providing the support to families of those who were kidnapped or arbitrarily detained, who live without them for so long. And the third most important thing is that it recognizes that none of this happens alone. Getting Canadians back in the hands of the Canadian government and back on Canadian soil doesn't happen without some kind of partnership. And it gives the minister the discretion, fully gives her the discretion or him the discretion to be able to provide compensation to those who cooperate in the international community, not those who are the ones detaining, but those who provide any information to be able to help bring our loved ones home.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires? Oui. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable. Ah oui.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable, who's not currently in his seat.
Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention today. You know, Madam Speaker, sometimes there are bills that come before the House that require royal recommendation, bills that, you know, typically those types of bills don't get through. I'm wondering if, you know, because I had some concerns when reading through the bill, whether or not this one was going to fall into that category. I'm wondering if the member can comment as to whether or not she's had any advice on that and whether it would require royal recommendation.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, I have had some advice on that. We are willing to discuss those, hopefully when the member votes in favour of this bill and we take it to committee and make the appropriate changes so that something as important as this, at a time like this, can be made Canadian law by all members of this House.
Honorable député de l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. It was just the fun to see him run for nothing.
Je vais faire ça vite. Je reviendrai dans mon allocution.
I'll come back to the Bloc's position on this bill. I would like to ask the member, does the member not have the impression that we give too much discretionary power to the minister and there's too little counterweight?
Thornhill.
Thank you for the question. It would be up to the government's discretion, and the reason the Act would expand the government prerogative rather than restrict it. Right now, it is something that is restricted from the minister to be able to use any kind of compensation to seek cooperation or to reward cooperation. We want to provide that prerogative and yet an additional way to be able to safely bring home Canadians and give people the incentive to cooperate with Canada in a way that they know that they don't have currently.
Member for Edmonton, Strathcona. Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Thornhill for bringing forward this legislation. It's very commendable, and I think everyone in the House recognizes those parts of bringing Canadians home and being so important. My one worry with this bill, or one of the concerns that I have, and certainly hope we could address in committee as it goes after second reading, is the idea of incentivizing PR, the monetary incentives. Does the member have any feelings, any thoughts about whether or not that could be exploited, whether or not there's a risk there? It feels to me that when we put up PR as something that can be sort of used as a carrot, that the potential for exploitation is really high in that situation. And I'd love her thoughts on that, please.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you to the honourable member. Certainly, certainly that is a concern. I think the bigger concern is right now there is no existence to incentivize any kind of cooperation. And we wanted to ensure that the discretion lies entirely with the minister to be able to provide that and to be able to make an informed decision with the help of a brilliant public service that we have in this country to make sure that that we are doing that in a way that helps bring people home rather than, of course, play into the hands of those trying to exploit the system.
Resuming debate, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Promotion et la protection des droits de la personne, l'ordre.
Protecting human rights, rules-based international order, and judicial independence are principles integral to Canada's foreign policy. They will continue to guide the Government of Canada's efforts with respect to arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations. The practice of arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations undermines our democratic values and security. It threatens the foundations of our international system based on trust and friendly relationships between states. Hostage-taking by terrorist groups often traps innocent civilians and poses a serious threat to national security. It's important to remain aware of the immeasurable impact these practices have not only on victims, but also on their families, friends, and those who support them around the world. That's why Canada set up a robust system to deal with hostage-taking, including the recent appointment of a senior hostage officer. It's why Canada, nearly 3 years ago, set up the Initiative Against Arbitrary Detention in State-to-State Relations. It's why Canada is leading the fight against arbitrary detention. When states target foreign nationals for diplomatic pressure or retaliation, they jeopardize the security and freedom of everyone who travels, works, studies, or lives abroad. Madam Speaker, people should never be used as bargaining chips. For the victims, families, and friends, the human cost is deep and lasting. It is extremely difficult for victims and their loved ones to recover. Not only does this practice blatantly violate the rights of those affected. It jeopardizes friendly relationships between states, international cooperation, security, travel, and trade. Furthermore, it undermines the rule of law. Arbitrary detention and convictions for diplomatic purposes undermine the independence of the judicial process, while undermining international standards and values. Because of these deep concerns, in February 2021, we released the Declaration Against Arbitrary Detention in State-to-State Relations, an international effort to discourage and ultimately end this practice among states that arbitrarily arrest, imprison, and convict people to exert diplomatic pressure. This declaration establishes a common front. It lays the foundations for international cooperation and end this abhorrent practice. It aims to protect innocent people from becoming pawns in bilateral disputes. In this sense, the Declaration is about human rights and rules-based international order. It helps to not only protect citizens, but to reinvigorate the basic principles of cooperation, loyalty, and mutual respect between states. It's also a matter of international security. Arbitrary detention as a tool for political pressure breeds fear and mistrust between people and states. It eliminates opportunities for dialogue and hampers bilateral cooperation at a time when the world needs it most. Since 2021, Canada has consistently mobilized the international community against this unacceptable form of diplomatic leverage. The coalition of states supporting the declaration grew from 58 to 75 signatories and includes countries from everywhere around the world. In recent months, it received the support of Barbados, Dominica, and Grenada. The declaration gained support of the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, as well as the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe and the G7. This growing number of endorsements and expressions of support show that the international consensus is building to call for an immediate end to this insidious and unacceptable practice. Canada is playing a role to rally support around the world for the declaration and moving this crucial issue forward for all nations. These efforts demonstrate the importance Canada attaches to peaceful and effective multilateral solutions to pressing global challenges. As part of the initiative against arbitrary detention, Canada developed the Partnership Action Plan, welcomed by G7 ministers in May 2021. The Partnership Action Plan goes beyond the declaration. It defines 6 areas of international cooperation to combat arbitrary detention, including awareness raising, research, case monitoring, information sharing, and the mobilization of civil society and multilateral organizations. Canada continues to seize every opportunity to hold international discussions on the use of arbitrary detention as political leverage. As well as raising the issue at bilateral meetings, Canada's raising awareness through multilateral channels, specifically the United Nations General Assembly and the United Nations Committee on Legal Affairs, which examines legal issues of interest for UN member states. Canada also sent messages on arbitrary detention to the European Parliament. It continues to be invited to lead discussions on the subject at major international events. Furthermore, Canada facilitates crucial discussions on this issue. It provides a space for countries supporting the declaration to share their views and advance the objectives of the Partnership Action Plan. On the sidelines of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York, Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, and foreign ministers from Malawi and Costa Rica co-hosted a high-level dialogue on arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations. It was attended by 20 foreign ministers and 100 guests. I was there, and the room was full. The conversation was important in order to lead this fight against arbitrary detention. The dialogue highlighted the growing coalition of countries that support the initiative. It deepened international partnerships to better coordinate responses to arbitrary detention in the future. It reiterated the importance of establishing international standards to fill gaps in international law, anchoring this issue in the multilateral agenda. Canada will continue to vigorously fight arbitrary detention while recognizing the need to fill the gaps. To this end, we announce the creation of a new, independent, international panel of experts. It will seek to embed the principles of the Declaration into existing international laws, organizations, and mechanisms. This panel will be made up of eminent legal experts from around the world who will develop an authoritative opinion on the state of this issue in the international system, examine whether there are any gaps in the legal framework, and seek to identify effective legal tools and mechanisms to fill them. The purpose of arbitrary detention is to influence state-to-state relations. We are well aware of the human repercussions of this abhorrent practice. Many people around the world and their families are living a nightmare, wondering if they will ever see their loved ones again. Canada stands in solidarity with victims, survivors, and families who endured this disturbing practice, which blatantly violates the fundamental rights of all those affected, as well as offering personalized consular services to Canadian victims and their families from the beginning to the end of a case. We continue to involve our partners, as well as former detainees and their families, in order to share best practices and lessons learned. This process means that we are well aware of this complex and difficult issue. As the debate continues, I'm looking forward to working with the member for Thornhill and all members of the House to reinforce our efforts in our determination to fight against arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations as well as hostage-taking, and I congratulate the member for presenting this bill. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Bravo! C'est fantastique. Je n'en demandais pas tant.
I wasn't expecting so much applause. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, today, colleagues, we're discussing Bill C-353. It is of great importance for protecting people's rights, but it also raises important questions and legitimate concerns. We heard from the member for Thornhill, and she said that it would strengthen Canada's capacity to reduce hostage-taking to a minimum, to resolve hostage-taking situations by creating an office to work with families and offering incentives for foreign cooperation. The bill would enable the Canadian government to take measures against foreign hostage-taking entities or those that arbitrarily detain Canadians. It would also ensure that families of such hostages and detained individuals receive timely help. It would encourage cooperation in order to set these hostages and detained individuals free. The Minister for Foreign Affairs would be responsible for this bill. The Bloc Québécois recognizes the laudable intentions of this bill. It aspires to fight arbitrary detention and to protect our fellow citizens, and as well as to support the families. However, it is very important that we recognize the major flaws in the current form of the bill. Of course, the spirit of the bill is extremely laudable, as I was saying. because it would suggest restrictive measures against people engaging in these actions. We also strongly need to support families of hostages and promote cooperation to set the hostages free. Yes, this bill would promote restrictive measures against foreign states or entities or individuals who take hostages or arbitrarily detain Canadians and Quebecers. Help must also be given to the families of such hostages, and programs would be created to encourage cooperation for the release of such Canadians and Quebecers. The enactment would also make related amendments to the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. That said, I would like to raise the concerns that we have about this bill. The Conservatives are saying that this bill will protect Canadians and Quebecers who have fallen victim to unfounded accusations abroad. But that wouldn't have prevented the recent arrests that have captured the attention of the world. The bill is referring, without naming them specifically, to the Meng Wanzhou saga and that of the two Michaels, but this bill wouldn't have prevented their arrests. The bill would also enable the government to give financial support to people who help these hostages or who do something to help them be freed, but that could be a perverse incentive because people would be motivated to try to get money from the government, even if it's not a type of ransom. So it's a perverse incentive and actually could lead to more hostage taking. There are major flaws in this bill. For example, Canadians and Quebecers would be forbidden to offer goods or services to these foreign states, and that would lead to possibly unjust consequences for our fellow citizens, including jail time of up to 5 years. In addition, there are legitimate concerns regarding the fact that there could be abuses of the financial powers here. This bill has too broad a scope and doesn't have appropriate legal control. It gives too much power to the minister without appropriate legal checks and balances. It is essential that we recognize the importance of this issue while also closely examining the possible consequences of the bill. We must examine it closely at committee in order to do something about the ambiguities and loopholes, which could lead to unexpected outcomes. That's why we will vote for the bill at this stage. Dear colleagues, we are responsible for protecting our fellow citizens and their rights, but we must also avoid legal and diplomatic repercussions that could be caused by this legislation. We must work together to find a balance between protecting Canadians and Quebecers and preserving our international relationships. The Bloc Québécois will continue to support the basic principle that underlies this legislation, while also urging significant changes to ensure that it can be appropriately applied and that it meets our democratic values. The bill must be closely reviewed at committee and amended. Otherwise, the Bloc Québécois will probably not support it at third reading, if it does make it to that point. But, I repeat, at this stage, we do support it. In conclusion, we must work together to create legislation to preserve our fellow citizens' rights without compromising our international relations. The path to appropriate legislation will require detailed review at committee and essential amendments to strike that balance between protection and cooperation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would again like to thank the member for Thornhill for introducing Bill C-353. You know, at a time when Canadians and people around the world are concerned about cases of hostage taking and arbitrary detention, we are all, you know, so desperate to see action, to see people that have been taken hostage returned. The member for Thornhill spoke about the brutal, the horrific hostage taking by the terrorist organization Hamas on October 7th. Everyone in this House felt the brutality and the horror of that. The stories that we have heard from that, I think, have rocked all of us. All of us have been disgusted, and our humanity has been tested. You know, as a mother, I can't even imagine what some of these families have gone to. I watched a reunite a mother be reunited with her teenage daughter just recently on social media, and the idea that this woman and that her daughter have had to go through those things. You know, she hugged her daughter, and I looked at that and I thought, if that was my daughter, I would never be able to let go. It really touched me because, of course, I have a teenage daughter. And of course, New Democrats want Canadians who've been taken hostage or who've been arbitrarily detained to be safely repatriated. And we want those that are responsible to be held accountable, which is why we're happy to see that this legislation came forward. Obviously, it is unacceptable that Canadians who work, live, or have family members abroad should worry about whether or not their loved ones will have access to the correct consular services if they're needed. We've worked at this level as New Democrats. We've worked at the committee level, and we feel strongly that there is a better response to situations of hostage taking and arbitrary detention. Previous studies, including, as the member for Thornhill mentioned, the 2018 Foreign Affairs and International Development Study on Consular Assistance, have shown that consular services have failed to protect Canadians who are detained overseas in the past. So when the member for Thornhill introduced this bill into the House, she stated that it would strengthen, I quote, it would strengthen Canada's ability to deter, minimize, and resolve instances of hostage taking by increasing governmental power to levy sanctions, by establishing a family liaison office, and by providing incentives for foreign cooperation. And while we think that these are commendable objectives, the NDP is very concerned with the methods by which Bill C-353 seeks to achieve these ends. That's why New Democrats will be supporting this bill at second reading, but we will need to see some serious study undertaken before we would be able to support this bill at third reading. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the concerns that we have. First of all, in terms of increasing governmental power to levy sanctions, Bill C-353 aims to impose restrictive measures such as seizing property and assets to deter individuals and entities from dealing directly or indirectly with those deemed responsible for hostage taking or arbitrary detention of Canadians. However, the bill doesn't actually clarify for me what that indirect dealing is. Is this merely something that the Governor and Council's discretion can decide? Which individuals or entities are deemed responsible for or complicit? So for me, that's not clear enough. And without that detailed clarification, there is this risk of ambiguity and subjectivity that could leave a gray area. So innocent Canadians who provide financial support to charitable or relief organizations or directly to family members overseas might find themselves targeted by the bill. And so we have to be very, very cautious that there is not unintentional harm being caused. So that's one of the concerns we have. When it comes into the idea of helping the families of victims, I feel that this bill could do more. I feel that it is inadequate in terms of helping the needs of families. First of all, the member has said that this bill would establish a family liaison office, yet nowhere in the bill does it mention this office or even provide a framework for that. And secondly, the bill doesn't guarantee much needed mental health supports to families of victims. And I think that's somewhere that Canada can increase and can do more. Thirdly, this bill does nothing to decriminalize private ransom payment, a mechanism that is essential for many families to resolve such cases. So something that I think we could look at again. And then I also wanted to highlight as well that and this goes back to the question I asked earlier of the member, but in terms of providing incentives for foreign cooperation and locating and repatriating victims, this bill does two things. So first of all, it amends the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to enable the MFA to provide foreign nationals who would otherwise be inadmissible or fail to meet the requirements of the IRPA with PR, with status, and that is free from any applicable criteria, obligations, payments, or fees, so long as they provide information that leads to the release and repatriation of a Canadian national or eligible protected person. So that's one thing. The second thing is it gives the MFA the ability to pay monetary rewards to informants who provide information that leads to the release of victims. So obviously, one of the concerns that I have is that handing out free PR, handing out monetary rewards to individuals in exchange for information opens a pretty dangerous precedent, a pretty dangerous avenue for exploitation that we would be very concerned about. So, for example, who is to say that these these potential informants would not be cooperating with the criminals? How do we know that, how it's not much of a leap to think that there would be some nefarious individuals who would use these conditions to their advantage. And I'm not sure if this bill addresses that adequately. So I would have some serious concerns with that. Given these concerns, New Democrats still feel that this bill is good. It needs a lot of work and it needs more study so that in the future, victims and their families are better protected and supported abroad and at home. We have a few recommendations that we will certainly be bringing forward. Some of these recommendations seek to improve the resolution of instances of hostage taking and arbitrary detention, and to truly support the families of the victims. So we would like to see, for example, that there is mental health supports provided for families of victims, that they're guaranteed access to that mental health support. We would like to establish a framework to track the extent to which consular services meet service standards and produce post hoc review reports to assess consular personnel performance. I think being able to measure is part of how we make sure that we are doing what we can to support those families. Establishing a framework for a family liaison office to meaningfully improve communications with families, and to work towards decriminalizing the private payment of ransom in a foreign context. I think those are some of those supports that we'll be bringing forward at committee as we work to strengthen this piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, New Democrats feel, and of course I think all members of this House feel, that Canadians and their families deserve to be cared for. They deserve to be supported during the terrible, extremely painful, extremely dangerous situations where one of their loved ones is being held hostage or arbitrarily detained. So we will be supporting this bill at second reading, and we will do what we can to work with all parties, including the member for Thornhill, to make sure this legislation is as strong as it possibly can to protect Canadians and do everything we can to bring hostages home. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker. Sorry, I was expecting somebody before me per the schedule, but nonetheless, I am ready to speak to this very important piece of legislation, and I want to congratulate the member. I want to congratulate the member for the introduction of Bill C-353, the Foreign Hostage Takers Accountability Act. Madam Speaker, Canada's promotion of human rights and the rules-based international order are pillars of our foreign policy. The practice of arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations undermines our democratic values and our security, and threatens the foundation of our international system, which is based on trust and amicable relations between states. Hostage takings by terrorist groups often ensnare innocent civilians and pose a significant threat to national security. We also recognize the immeasurable impacts that these practices have, not only on victims, but also on their families, their friends, and their supporters around the world. This is why Canada has responded. Almost 3 years ago, we launched the Initiative Against Arbitrary Detention in State-to-State Relations, and we've been playing a leadership role in the fight against arbitrary detention. In addition to deal with hostage takings by terrorist groups, we have put in place a robust system and most recently named a senior official for hostage affairs. Our government continues to explore all options to deter, prevent, and respond to these egregious acts and to defend the rights of Canadians. I welcome this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to discuss the proposals in the private member's bill introduced by the member from Thornhill. I believe that all members in this House agree that Canada must continue to uphold its firm commitment to protect Canadians, defend human rights and international peace and security, and respond to cases of wrongful detention and hostage taking in an effective and meaningful way. Madam Speaker, to respond effectively to the egregious practices of arbitrary detention and hostage-taking, we must have the appropriate tools and services in place. These issues are incredibly complex, and any response must be very carefully considered. Bill C-353 focuses on the tools at the government's disposal to combat arbitrary detention for diplomatic leverage, as well as hostage-taking of Canadians, permanent residents, or eligible protected persons outside Canada. We agree on the importance of enhancing the tools available to the government and to refining our approach. However, these issues are incredibly complex, and any response must be carefully considered to minimize any potential harm to victims. Madam Speaker, our overriding concern must always be the well-being of the detainees, and so my remarks today will focus primarily on this consideration. Madam Speaker, this bill addresses two extremely serious but distinct issues: arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations and international hostage-taking. The motivations, tactics, and risks of harm to the victims can vary greatly. For example, while a state may be more receptive to diplomatic pressure to release a hostage, non-state actors may be less responsive to this type of pressure. Also, the risks of serious harm to the victim may vary across such cases. Every situation is unique, Madam Speaker, and each case therefore requires a sophisticated and tailored response. Further, there are distinctions to be made among types of hostage takings. There are those involving terrorist entities versus those perpetrated by criminal groups. In general, the government considers hostage takings by terrorist groups as a threat to national security, and therefore our response differs compared to how we deal with kidnappings by criminal gangs, for instance. This bill, however, proposes the same set of tools for all of these scenarios and mandates that some actions on the part of government in response to these cases, which raises a range of concerns. We know that an effective response must be designed to respond to each unique situation to ensure the safe release of the victim. Moreover, the imposition of sanctions must be very carefully considered. The pros and cons must be weighed in each case. Imposing sanctions during a hostage situation could, for example, increase the risk that the hostage is mistreated in retaliation by his or her captors. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the use of mandatory and migratory incentives, as the bill proposes, may give rise to serious unintended consequences. It could increase the amount of false information provided by opportunistic individuals, including those associated with captor groups. This could complicate investigative work and leave families more vulnerable to scams by predatory individuals seeking a payday. In fact, there is a potential that this could create a market for hostage takings in Canada. Madam Speaker, I think that we can all agree that no member of this House wants to see taxpayer dollars ending up in the hands of terrorist organizations. No member wants to increase risk for Canadians traveling, working, or studying abroad. Further, the reporting and information sharing provisions of this bill also require careful consideration to avoid any potential repercussions to efforts secure release of detainees. In pursuing the safe release of a Canadian, we must always be very careful about how information is shared. It is imperative that we do not share information that could jeopardize negotiations for safe release of a detainee. It is also important that we have the discretion to share information with families of victims as and when appropriate. There are cases where victims do not want to have their information shared with family members, for instance. Family dynamics can be complex, and we must respect their wishes. Madam Speaker, responding to the egregious practices and protecting Canadians is a priority of this government. As a result, many programs, policies, and authorities have already been put in place and are being used to support Canadians facing arbitrary detention and hostage-taking. I am pleased to confirm that we already have in our toolkit many of the elements that are proposed in Bill C-353. First, Canada already has two autonomous sanction regimes which have been used to respond in a variety of circumstances in the international context, including gross and systemic violations of human rights. Further, existing legislation such as the terrorist financing provisions in the Criminal Code and regulations regarding sanctions related to terrorist entities already impose asset freezes and dealings prohibitions on terrorist groups. Second, the government has an established set of mechanisms to assist victims and their families. For example, there are robust policies and practices in place to adopt a trauma-informed approach to aiding former hostages and their families. Global Affairs Canada has implemented standard operating procedures and worked closely with other governmental organizations and external partners in efforts to resolve these cases. There are also existing programs and funding mechanisms which facilitate access to financial support, medical assistance, and counseling for Canadians. We continue to refine and enhance our approach to ensure effective and tailored support to victims and their families. Madam Speaker, no one doubts that the government must have effective tools and programs to respond to these egregious acts of hostage-taking and arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations. Bill C-353 is an example of this House's recognition of this fact. Still, we require solutions that are carefully considered and informed by deep knowledge and experience of these challenging, complex issues. It's clear that a one-size-fits-all solution may have unintended consequences, and that having the discretion to respond to a particular case, depending on circumstances at hand, is key to an effective victim-centered approach. As debate continues, I look forward to working with the member from Thornhill and with all members of this House to enhance the tools at Canada's disposal and to enforce our commitment to address arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations and hostage-taking. Madam Speaker, I will just comment briefly on my intervention earlier today when I asked the member from Thornhill about royal recommendation. Royal recommendation is something that is very rarely ever afforded to a private member's bill. I know this for a fact because I had brought a bill before this House early in my time as being a parliamentarian, which did require royal recommendation, and my very own government did not give that royal recommendation to the bill. It nonetheless did still pass as far as it could go without that royal recommendation with the support of all members of this House. But I think that we can't underscore the importance of triggering such an action by the government. What is, I think, of most critical importance is recognizing that when royal recommendation is required, it is very easy to allow that to go through on one particular case, but setting a precedent is where it becomes very dangerous when it comes with respect to that. So I understand any government's reluctance, whether it's Liberal, Conservative, NDP, to using royal recommendation based on that rationale. Nonetheless, I do look forward to continuing discussion on this important bill.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise in this House to speak to Bill C-353, the Foreign Hostage Takers Accountability Act, a bill that on my first day in this House as a Member of Parliament, my dear friend, the Honourable Member for Thornhill, asked me to second. A bill inspired in part by a report co-published by the Macdonald-Laurier Institute and the Canadian Coalition Against Terror, now known as Secure Canada, entitled Fighting Back Against Global Hostage-Taking. In my previous nonpartisan life, Madam Speaker, where I founded and led the Macdonald-Laurier Institute's foreign policy practice, I had the opportunity to work with the author of this report, Sarah Teach, Danny Eisen, Cheryl Sapiria, who, as the Honourable Member for Thornhill has so eloquently noted, their contributions to securing victims of terrorism, of extremism, and of hostage-taking are frankly unparalleled. The Honourable Member for Thornhill knows this. She is not only the sponsor of this legislation, she's not only my deputy leader, she's a fierce Canadian proponent for human rights, unafraid to challenge authoritarians who would do Canadians harm. And so I'm especially proud to rise in this chamber as her co-sponsor to today in support of the champions who contribute ideas and in support of a fearless legislator who knows how to turn those ideas into laws. I have three reflections on this legislation: hostages and sanctions, support for families, and cooperation with third parties. In the past decade, we have seen Canadians increasingly seized as hostages by terror groups and authoritarian regimes. In China, the world watched Xi Jinping's wolf warrior diplomacy holding Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor for over 1,000 days as retaliation for arresting Huawei executive Meng Wanzhou. At the same time, there were several cases of Canadians receiving harsher sentences in China. Robert Schellenberg, a Canadian who was convicted for allegedly drug smuggling in China, previously sentenced to 15 years in prison, was retried and resentenced to the death penalty. Fei Wen, another Canadian, received the death penalty shortly after the Meng arrest. In Iran, when the clerical regime arrested Saeed Malikpour, a Canadian permanent resident originally sentenced for the death penalty while visiting his ill father. And today, we see Hamas, a sadistic death cult, using their own people as human shields, murdering innocent Israeli and Canadian lives. Hamas has proven they have only one goal: to eradicate the Jewish people and any freedom-loving person who stands in their path.
That's right.
They have shown they do not care about any civilian life and are willing to use innocent hostages right now as bargaining chips to further their terror apparatus. By clearly directing that sanctions may be implemented against states and individuals alike responsible for engaging in hostage-taking and arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations, this bill provides the tools necessary to combat these crimes and gives greater teeth to the government in stopping our enemies from taking hostages in the first place. Alarm bells are ringing across this world as the urgency to protect and defend our citizens have never been higher. Which brings me to my second point, the need for tools to support families of hostage-taking. When confronted by authoritarians and their use of hostages, by those who practice state terror as statecraft, we currently have limited tools in this country to defend our own people, and families are often left in the dust with varying levels of support. Canada has not taken enough meaningful action to combat or deter this behavior. In the case of Zara Kazemi, her family couldn't even seek damages from the Iranian regime. Even when people are freed in swaps, this has incentivized future hostage-taking and sends a message to brutal forces around the world that they can take our people and get away with it. We will ensure these bad actors are isolated from participating in the global economy and that justice is brought upon them. In this legislation, victims and their families will be at the forefront of the government's efforts. Families struggling with mental health issues will get access to the quality services and support they deserve. And those who have been left in the dark on the status of their loved ones will finally receive timely updates from Ottawa. For my third point, tools are needed to enhance cooperation with third parties to secure the release of Canadian hostages. By granting the minister the ability to communicate and collaborate with foreign states, this legislation enhances our ability to bring our people home. Whether you're a citizen, a permanent resident, a refugee, we will fight tooth and nail for you. And to those abroad offering valuable information on the status and location of hostages, we will protect you, we will stand with you, and we will make sure that we will fight for you, your repatriation. Bill C-353 gives the government the discretion to do just that, keeping those who assist us safe by granting the minister the ability to consider immigration status for them and their families. So to close, Madam Speaker, we have a responsibility to protect and defend our innocent civilians from the evil that roams this earth. This common sense legislation is long overdue. We need to be providing hostages and their families the support they need to end the justice they seek. We need to target the authoritarians and brutal regimes who think they can hold Canadians captive with zero consequence. I'm proud to stand with the honourable member of Thornhill, and to my colleagues across this chamber, this need not be a partisan undertaking. Let us make it a parliamentary one by supporting this bill today. Thank you very much.
Right on.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Comme il est 14 heures.
It being 2:30 p.m., the House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Everybody.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.